Recording in progress.
I hereby call the closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Here. Mayor Amezcua.
Present. Any member of the council would like to take this time to announce their abstentions at this time? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
We have one on Zoom. Let me check if it's for closed session.
I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
We have one on Zoom. Let me check if it's for closed session. The public was able to begin joining the speaker queue at 4:30 to speak on closed session items. To provide comment at this time for closed session items only, please dial *9 from your phone or select the icon, select raise hand from Zoom now. No, we do not have any speakers.
Great, thank you. We will be recessing this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed in the closed session agenda, and we will be back. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please start the meeting. Thank you all for being here with us this evening. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Here.
Councilmember Fan. Here. Councilmember Vasquez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Here. Mayor Amezcua.
Present. At this time, I'd like to proceed, Madam Clerk, to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call up Ernesto Medrano from the Building Trades to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Repeat after me. Put your right hand over your heart. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. What are we studying? We have words of inspiration, please. I think it's Pastor Tommy Cota.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and all the City Council. Thank you so much, Clerk and City Manager. You know, every time I come in here, I just think of this a pluribus unum, and the inspiration out of many are one. And I just thank all of the City Council and everyone for all the efforts of just bringing unity for our city. And I'm reminded of a passage in 1 Kings where Solomon prays for understanding. And that has been my prayer for all the City Council and all the leadership here in the city of Santa Ana. And God, we thank you. We thank you that we can come to you Lord, just as we are, and we do pray. We pray for unity, more unity in our city. Lord, we thank you so much for this great opportunity that you've given to us to live in this city, and we pray that we would make much of every opportunity. And God, we think of our law enforcement. We pray for your wisdom that you would give to them. Lord, our school district and all of its children. Lord, we thank you for just what you are doing, and we ask God now, Lord, that you would fill this place, fill this room, Lord, with all of your wisdom that is needed for all of the decisions that have to be made. And so, God, we thank you, and we love you, and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Cota. At this time, we're going to be doing some ceremonial presentations. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, you want to go first? Thank you. Councilman Hernandez, you want to join her, please?
Hello, everybody. First and foremost, thank you all for being here. You're here in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. This is your house. If we can kindly ask Alexis Lex Rocha, Coach Hector Lopez, and John Rye to make their way up to the front, please. Thank you. Well, let's make some noise for Santa Ana. We got Santa Ana in the house today. And if I can have my colleague join me on this side. Today, February 21st, 2023, we are going to be recognizing some very important individuals to the city of Santa Ana. We are recognizing for the outstanding contributions to the community today. We are presenting this to Alexis Lex Rocha, John Raya, and Coach Hector Lopez. Here before us, Alexis Lex Rocha was born and raised in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. He graduated from Segerstrom High School, and he joined the TKO Youth Boxing Club at the age of 12. As an amateur boxer, he was the youngest ever to win the National Junior Olympics at the age of 14. He won many national and international championships, including the Golden Gloves, winning the silver medal in Ukraine. At the age of 18, Alexis signed a contract with Golden Boy Promotions as a professional boxer. He has competed at the Honda Center, at the Staples Center, at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, and recently headlined the YouTube Theater. Let's make some noise for that. Now, he's one of the baddest men in all of Southern California. We get to call him our own here, our neighbor, because his record as a professional is 22 wins, 1 loss with 14 knockouts. He currently holds a North American Boxing Organization championship belt, and he is currently ranked in his weight class number 3 in the world. One of the best fighters in the world calls Santa Ana his own backyard, and he calls it home, and that is to be celebrated. After his big win last month at the YouTube Theater in Inglewood, he was featured in numerous media sources, including Orange County's very own Orange County Register. Alexis's nickname is Lex, the pride of Santa Ana. Let's please welcome him as we present him with a certificate of recognition, and we welcome him here to the front.
Thank you everyone so much. It means the world to me. Well, Jonathan pretty much gave my whole backstory, but I'm very grateful to be accepting this award right here today. I'm very grateful that I have a community that supports me no matter what, that's always been behind me since day one. To be honest, I joined this sport just for the passion of it. Since a little kid, winning national tournaments, just to be the best ranked fighter out there, and that now I'm in my shoes to inspire the youth to give back to my community, to give speeches to high schools, to give speeches to middle schools, elementary schools that I've been through. And I just want to be a good example and be a great role model to everyone coming up and to the youth to chase your dreams. It's going to be hard, but as long as you set your mind to it and you focus, determined, you're going to get where you want. And to correct you, Jonathan, I'm ranked #1 now in the WBO. I'm next in line to fight for the World Championship, and I promise you guys I will be Santa Ana's first World Champion. I will bring back that World Championship here, back to my own city, Santa Ana. So again, thank you with this award, for this recognition. I appreciate it so much, and I hope to shine light to our city much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. You make our entire city proud. But we also know that there have been many people in your life that have helped you get to this point. And I'm going to be talking about Coach Hector Lopez. We're not related, for the record. And he has been a volunteer with TKO training for the past 27 years and has trained thousands of youth in the city of Santa Ana. And Coach Lopez is responsible for TKO boxers winning over 40 national and international championships. And Coach Lopez works in the medical field, and that is why he consistently is promoting the importance of living a healthy lifestyle and exercising regularly. And his continued support of TKO is very important to him personally, and he guides and shapes the lives of so many folks as they ventured into adulthood. And this is volunteer-based, so please remember that he does this out of his personal time. He does not get paid to do this. So it is not just an honor for me and Councilmember Hernandez to recognize Alexis, one of our own superstars here in the city of Santa Ana, but also TKO in the past, and Coach Lopez, and John Rea. So thank you, everyone. Coach Lopez or John, would you like to?
No, I know. That's why I'm pushing you up there.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'll keep it short. Obviously, I love what I do. I love giving back to the community. Didn't know what I was really doing 20-some years ago when I decided to volunteer. And here, I volunteer religiously every day for about 4 to 5 hours after my regular job at Edinger Urgent Care. And I love what I do. Like I said, this wouldn't be possible without the support of my wife and my 2 girls, which, they tend to share me with the club. But I really, really believe in giving back. Like I said, I'm there 4 to 5 hours every night. That's where you'll find me. And I've always been, like I said, a firm believer in really helping the youth of today with everything that's going on in today's world. I'm honored, grateful. Thank you for having me. And like I said, I'm going to keep it short. Lex said it best. We got a big fight. For those of you that follow boxing, we're currently in negotiation to fight Terrence Crawford for the world title, which would be a huge mega fight. We're hoping we can bring it home. Santa Ana's never had a world champion, and trust me when I say that, I'm very competitive, but we're going to do our best to bring that home and make our city proud. Thank you guys again for having me.
And last but not least, we have a special speaker who will be concluding today's presentation, and I just want to tell you each a little bit about him. The individual that will be speaking now is the reason why Coach Hector and Alexis are standing up here today. The individual we're talking about now is John Rea. He is born and raised in the city of Santa Ana. And in August of 1992, a time where our city needed him most, he attended regular meetings that were happening all across Orange County. And in our very own backyard of El Salvador Park, John Rea attended the gang truce meetings that were taking place in the early 90s. He listened to the ideas to the most impacted people. He listened to them, and he heard what their families needed. He presented his TKO plan to the city, and he worked with the city manager at that time, Dave Ream, to find a suitable location John worked with his friends in the construction industry and in the city of Santa Ana, and he began to repurpose the old church at the corner of South Hesperia, behind El Gallo Giro, across from Mater Dei. And in June of 1994, he established the TKO Youth Boxing Club, a nonprofit gang prevention program. This year, TKO celebrates 29 years of serving Santa Ana youth. With that, sir, we want to say thank you. None of this would be possible without your leadership, Mr. Raya. If you can please bless us with some words, sir. Thank you very much.
Wow. I'm not usually at a loss for words, but that one kind of got me. I do have to tell you, it's great to be back, and thank you for the recognition. The City Council and Mayor Mesqua. God, that feels good to say that. And I'll tell you, it was one of those things for me, and looking at that and listening to those, the gang members, the gang bangers, and what they were, concerned about, and what would be a viable alternative. I just wanted to see kids have an alternative choice. And, we were blessed with, folks like Mary and Coach Hector and all of the others, my friends in the industry, who stepped up and helped. Nothing happens alone. And, I stood here, as I said, 30 years ago in this council chamber asking for their help. The city stepped up, community members stepped up, volunteers stepped up. And today we're here to honor, our rising star. So much about Alexis. His reach, his impact goes beyond his jab. And I got to tell you, it's a hell of a jab. But he reaches beyond that. He's great with the kids. He's humble. He's smart. He's a credit to our city and to his family. Coach Hector is more than a coach. He's a mentor. He's a drill sergeant. He's their counselor. He's their friend. So I'm humbled to be in the presence of these men, and thank you for the recognition, and thank you all for listening. Thank you.
At this time, the council, we come down and join for a picture.
We want all of you guys down here. We got a champ. And we'll say on the record, when this man wins his world championship, we will have a parade for this man in the city. I will tell you that right here. We'll make sure to get that done. Yo, champ, when you win your belt, we're going to have a parade here in the city of Santa Ana. I'm giving you the palabra right here. Round of applause for TKO Boxing Club, John Raya and Coach Hector and Alexis Rocha.
TKO.
All righty, I'm up next. I want to thank the ladies for the big fonts. I'm not their age anymore, so I need to have the big font. May I have the Olive Crest step up with me, please? Mr. Stefan Christensen, Chief Advancement Officer, on behalf of Don and Luis. Please join me. I'm going to present to Olive Crest today. They're a very special place, and many of you are very familiar with Olive Crest. And thank you for being here with us today. So you can come stand close. I don't bite. In 1973, Dr. Don and Louise Verler took in 4 teenage girls and opened their first home for children. They founded Olive Crest, formerly Olive Crest Foster Homes and Services for Abused Children in Santa Ana. Over the last 5 decades, Olive Crest has transformed the lives of 200,000 children and families by preventing child abuse, equipping and educating children in crisis, and preserving the family, one life at a time. Let me say that again. 200,000 children and families. Thank you so very much. Yes, please, a round of applause, please. Olive Crest is leading the charge in redefining the way they care for and equip children in crisis, and in doing so, positioning themselves to exponentially increase their impact. A strong family for every child is Olive Crest's vision. They are now serving 4,000 children and families per day. Louise is now 87 years old, still working at Olive Crest, and has dedicated her entire life to helping keep kids safe and create strong families. Her husband is 65 years old. Dr. Verler, age 89, is still helping as well. Her husband of 65 years, I'm sorry. I don't want to say he was 69 years old. Tonight, we, the mayor and the council of the city of Santa Ana, do hereby extend our congratulations to Olive Crest as they have celebrated their 50th anniversary. And we want to thank them for their outstanding contribution to the city of Santa Ana and to our community. And it's really important that, when I read a minute ago, one life at a time, that is truly how you do the work. We do it one life at a time. As we used to say at the school district, one child at a time. And so thank you so very much for the work that you do of Olive Crest. I'm very familiar from working with you from the probation department and many of my partners, and I look forward to working with you as the mayor and the city council as well. And so you guys have done such a good job here for our children and our families, and we appreciate you very much. And so I want to give you this proclamation on behalf of the city council and the mayor, and thank you for everything that you do for us and for our community. So please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor, and thank you, council members. 50 years, well, Dr. Valor and his wife founded the school, the Olive Crest, but they also, Dr. V has a history in education, was the founder of Nova Academy.
Yes.
I drove past it on the way here. Fantastic school. And we're looking forward to our next 50 years in the city of Santa Ana, investing now almost another $10 million in our Children and Family Resource Center, expanding it and renovating it, as well as plans in the works for 16 two-bedroom transitional housing, affordable housing units for foster teens aged 16 to 25. So that project is making its way through the system as well. So there's so much more to do. Honestly, I wish we didn't have to do the work. But there's problems abound and people make mistakes, and we're here to fix one life at a time and have strong families and safe children. So thank you so much.
Thank you so
It's an
very
honor
much.
to
It
partner
is
with the
an
city.
honor to give it to you. Would you like us to join you?
Thank you.
You want to come down and join me, please? All right, before we go into staff presentations, we're going to switch things up if you guys allow me to here. I promise it's for the good here. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
I'd just like to report, Mayor, to the council members and members of the public especially, that we did have closed session discussion this evening, but we did not complete our discussions with respect to labor negotiations, and the council does intend to go back into closed session following the open portion of tonight's meeting.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, once we're done here, we will be returning back into closed session. So we're going to switch things up. We are going to address item 6, appoint Amalia Mejia. Item 7, Darlene Perez. Item 9, Danny Vega. And then I also have Isabella Guerra Lopez to also be appointed to the Youth Commission.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes,
I'll make the motion to approve the items you just called out.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor, let's vote.
Madam Mayor,
Items 6 through 9.
Yes.
Actually, I'd like to go ahead and pull item 8 from consideration for
But
tonight.
that's why I didn't call Councilman Becerra's. 6, 7, and 9.
6, 7, 9, thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I please ask the Zoom callers to see if they would like to speak on any of those items?
Yes, you sure can.
To request to speak on agenda items 6, 7, or 9 only, please dial star 9 or select raise hand from Zoom now. I do not have any speakers.
If the council would like, you can do your own commissioner, a single, if you like. It's your, Councilman Vasquez, what would you like? Do you want to swear in your own by themselves, or do you mind as a group? All right, let's do the group. If the group can come up, please.
Can we take a vote?
All right, we're going to take a vote. I make a motion that we do it as a group.
Second.
All those in favor?
The vote on the items 6, 7, and 9, please.
That's correct.
Can I get who motioned and who seconded?
I motioned, Councilman Vasquez second. We're going to do a little dance tonight, Norma. Yes, I am.
Madam Mayor, can we please do a roll call vote? Just
You sure can, go ahead.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
Yes.
If present, can I please have Isabela Guerra, Danny Vega, Elen Jaimes, Amelia Mejia, and Darlene Perez please
In
come
here.
up?
I, Danny Vega, solemnly swear
That I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States,
and the
Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies,
foreign
and domestic,
that
that I will bear true faith and allegiance I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation I will well faithfully discharge in which shall constitute
I just want to say I'm very excited to have nominated and for this council to appoint as many Los Amigos alumni as possible. And our Measure X committee member is a Lobo. I'm just very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much, Councilman Shan. All right, here we go. This is the time of the meeting for the city council. Actually, we're going to switch it up again, huh? Yes. So if you allow me, I'm going to switch it up only because people have to leave, and so I want to be considerate of some people that are here. And I know everybody's important. I think it'll be a pretty quick item, I'm hoping. So if we can bring forward, Madam Clerk, item, is it 25?
I believe it's item 26, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, item 26. Let's bring up item 26, please.
Speakers in the queue who would like to provide comment on item 26 only, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
And I have 2 speakers for item 26 here. Actually, that's the right. You good, Norma?
Yes, I don't have anybody on Zoom.
Okay, let's bring up the speakers that are present. John Hanna, item 26, please.
Madam Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. John Hanna, representing the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And I'm here just to kind of join the amen chorus to, supporting Ernesto Medrano and the building trades, coming to you and working with you to help Santa Ana residents in particular. We have a great funnel of young people who now are attending Santa Ana Unified Pre-Apprentice programs, are attending Rancho Santiago Community College District apprenticeship programs with the carpenters, the electrical workers, and the operating engineers. And the whole point is how can we promote creation of wealth so that we don't have what we have in many places today, kind of anti-family housing policies. Santa Ana is better than most every city I know. But most of these cities, they don't have housing that's affordable for people who grew up there. So they have to move 40, 50 miles away. And the creation of wealth with apprenticeship training and with people who are with a trade union in the construction area will allow those people who were born and raised in Santa Ana to be able to afford to live here. It's not the only thing that has to happen. We have to build affordable housing, but we have to give people the skill sets. That starts with the city setting a message, which is we are going to, in public works, we're going to create a standard that people are paid a prevailing wage and that people will have opportunities to grow and get a college education as well as working out in the fields. So I would urge you to approve this. I thank Councilmember Penaloza for asking that this be agendized, and I look forward to be supportive of this and the work with the city manager and the mayor and the council and Mr. Medrano. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis Alaman.
Good afternoon, council members, Madam Mayor. Feels good to say that. I'm Luis Aleman. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, but I'm also here speaking on behalf of the Orange County Labor Federation. We represent over 250,000 members in Orange County and over 95 different affiliated unions, urging you to vote yes on item 26 and enter into renegotiations of the community workforce agreement in the city of Santa Ana. 10 years ago, Santa Ana made progress by becoming the first city in the county to do that. We've done a lot of great work in Santa Ana. We feel that by renewing this agreement with the old language, we'll continue to do that great work and set the standard for the city of Santa Ana. And on behalf of our membership, we are standing here in support of the building and construction trades and making sure that this gets approved, and let's keep the jobs moving forward. Thank you.
Ernesto Medrano.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, executive staff. My name is Ernesto Medrano with the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 140,000 hard-working men and women in the construction sector. And tonight, I'm here to urge you to support item 26, which is to renegotiate and work off of the expired community workforce agreement that we have. Your predecessors made history in the county of Orange by negotiating the first community workforce agreement in a municipality in this county. Since then, we have at least another handful of cities that have done this. Since then, we have built private projects such as the Westin Anaheim Resort and finished it during the pandemic. Since then, we've negotiated with the OC Vibe, which is that Honda Center project, which will bring 10 years worth of work. And we'll be proud to say that this summer, we will start to build the infrastructure there. We put men and women on a pathway to the middle class through collective bargaining agreements. We take young men and women from your community and we give them access to an apprenticeship program, another type of 4-year degree, no tuition, no fee, and guess what? No debt at the other end, with a job, a career, benefits, health insurance, a defined benefit pension plan, plus annuity plans and 401k savings plans. We do the whole package, and we're proud to represent our members. But we also do something else, is we earn everything that we do, every day, every hour, it's earned. Our members know they've got to go make their contractors competitive. They have the best skilled and trained from our apprenticeship training programs. We have approximately 26 training programs in the jurisdiction of all the 14 trades, actually the 15 trades that we represent under these agreements. And you have the best skilled workforce in the world, and I can proudly say that. You have the best skilled workforce of the world to come in and deliver. You pay prevailing wage, so you get your better bang for your buck with that workforce. They work efficient, they work safe, they provide for no liability in terms of any safety issues. And again, we also provide the local veteran preference. We dispatch your local residents and veterans first before we dispatch anybody else. We may jump the list 100 people to send you your Santa Ana residents, veterans, and then as a tier 2, we also have Orange County residents, because we know that these are the people that spend their money locally, they invest in their community, and they don't have to drive 100 miles or out to, whether it's LAX or the Antelope Valley or out to Riverside to work. So with that said, we look forward to having some collaborative, collegial negotiation with staff, and hopefully we'll be back with a tentative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Councilman Penaloza, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the public watching at home, item 26 that I agendized tonight is to discuss and consider directing the city manager to direct staff to enter into negotiations with the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council to work off and build on the city's expired Community Workforce Agreement, more commonly known as the CWA, which establishes labor relations, policies, and procedures for the city. I want to say that I agendized this. I am proud to say that the city of Santa Ana was the first in the county to have a CWA in place, and a little disappointed that it expired this past fall, and we have yet to see a tentative agreement come back before us. This item shouldn't be a long discussion. I just simply wanted to agendize it to have staff enter into good faith negotiations and work off the expired agreement that the city had in place. Work off of that one and build on it if we can. I think it's important to have in the city. It's gonna do a couple of positive things for our community. It's going to, ensure that we're using skilled and trained workforce, and that skilled and trained workforce that's earning prevailing wage is coming from local hire and people that live in our city. And there's also a veteran preference component, which I think is also critical and important to know that there's the number of veterans that live in our city and are out there looking for work. And I think this is going to be very critical that we bring this back quickly. And I want to ask my colleagues for your support in directing staff to negotiate with the building trades, but to bring back a tentative agreement to us within 30 days. I know that if we don't add a timeline, we're going to be here 3, 4, 5 months down the line without an agreement in place. So that is it. I will leave it now for my colleagues to chime in and hopefully hear your support. But that is what I have to say. Thank you. And thank you to the speakers that came out tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Penalosa, for your leadership on this item. Let me start on this. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa, for bringing this item forward. Fully supportive of us at the City of Santa Ana working off the building trades agreement that we had last. It's very important that we continue to support this community workforce agreement. Excited to lend my voice to that. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank the folks from the trades and the carpenters for showing up tonight and making your comments. Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa, for bringing this item forward. I support it, and I'm looking forward to staff bringing us back something in 30 days. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who spoke, Councilmember Peñalosa, and to staff too, because I have talked to you about this. I am supportive of the item. I'd like to see us, come back to the table, because I know this has been pending since last summer, if I recall correctly. So I'd like to see it come back and, let's get it done. We've done it before. I think we can get it. Is the 30-day timeline pretty reasonable? Can we get a meeting on the books?
We will do our absolute best.
Thank you.
Councilman Vasquez.
I'm in complete support of this item to work off the expired community workforce agreement. I've seen how it's done very well when the mayor passed it as president at San Unified School District. Before we had the agreement, we'd have teachers complain about leaks and mold in classrooms, and afterwards we had no such complaints of skills. So I just want to make sure that the work that they do, they do amazing work, and it's skilled work, and it's reliable work. Also, on a personal note, shout out to Labor's Local 652. My dad was a union member, and we were raised a family of 6 kids, 4 SAUSD educators, 4 grandchildren that are now educators in special ed, and we give it all to the 652 for what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very happy to support Councilmember Peñalosa and his request to bring this back within 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. I'll be very brief. I do support this, and thank you, Councilman Peñalosa, for your leadership in bringing this forward. I was not here when it expired, so 30-day window, Madam City Manager, that takes us to about the second meeting in March. So that is the date that we are looking forward to this being back on the agenda for a vote, is the second meeting in March. And so I'm sure we can get that done. So thank you all very much, and to the speakers that came tonight. We appreciate you coming out here and speaking, and we appreciate the fact that you give veterans and you put them in front of the line, you give them jobs, you treat them well, you offer them services, you have a program for women in boots and women. Ernesto's gonna give me a pair of boots. So I just wanna thank you for coming out to speak on this item. So thank you all very much. I think, my City Manager, you have direction. Thank you, great. Thank you for this item. We'll move to the next item now. right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go to public comments now.
Madam Mayor, would you like to do staff presentations?
I'm going to wait until after we do public comments, please. I'd like to call up Coach McManus from Mater Dei High School, please.
Good evening, guys. My name is Frank McManus. Good evening, esteemed members of the Santa Ana City Council, fellow citizens of Santa Ana, and guests. My name is Coach Frank McManus Jr., and it's with great humility and honor that I address you tonight as the new head coach of Mater Dei High School the football program. It's kind of a coming home of sorts. I'm a Santa Ana. I attended St. Barbara's Catholic school in Santa Ana. I attended Mater Dei High School in Santa Ana. I lived on Bristol and 6th Street for about 7 to 8 years, if you guys can believe that, for a number of years, like 7 or 8 years. So like I said, this is exciting to come back and speak in front of you guys. Mater Dei High School has a long and storied history in this, for the city of Santa Ana, and we're grateful for the city's partnership and support over the last 73 years. Every week in fall, our Mater Dei family gathers at the Bowl to cheer on our beloved Monarchs. We're proud to call Santa Ana our home, right down at the corner of Bristol and Edinger. As a proud member of the Santa Ana community, Mater Dei High School is deeply committed to continuing our relationship with the city on behalf of our students, athletes, coaches, and entire school administration, faculty, staff, and student body. I want to express our sincere gratitude for allowing us to be a part of your story, the story of Santa Ana. We look forward to the future and the opportunities that lie ahead for our program. I am personally thrilled about the upcoming season. We look forward to seeing you on Friday nights this fall. I hope to see every single one of you. You're always welcome down on the field, obviously, as well, too. So you can come and get firsthand view. Thank you for allowing me to attend this evening and share our gratitude, and I look forward to your guys' continued support. Thank you guys so much again for all the support you guys have given. Go Monarchs, and thank you, Santa Ana.
Rosario Galeas, followed by Carl Benninger, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Rosario Charis Galeas. Today I'm here again as a Santa Ana resident, voter, and patient, and community board member of the Share Ourselves organization to ask you to please make an amendment to the zoning ordinance, especially section 41.313.5, and remove the recent requirement to obtain a conditional use permit for medical offices operated by government subsidized, non-for-profit, or philanthropic entities prior to operating a business in the professional zone. The wording in that section of the zoning ordinance limits the creation of new medical clinics and the expansion of services for federal qualified health centers, including clinics operated by Caloptima, simply because they receive funding, federal funding. At the last meeting, I was here, and Councilmember Peñalosa mentioned, make sure that this is not about Share Ourselves or just one organization. I want to assure you that this is about the community of Santa Ana. I assure all of you that I'm here because I really believe that the wording in that ordinance will affect or will limit the opportunity for federal qualified health centers to expand clinics and services in Santa Ana. So I know that all of you have the power to do that amendment. Please consider that. We're here to support in that process. If you have any questions, please work with your staff, with the city attorney as well, to inform you. And thank you for your time, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Carl Benninger. Followed by Christy Ward, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First of all, thank you for inviting Coach McManus. And if you come to the game, come up and see me. I'm in the press box running the scoreboard and time clock. I'll give you one heck of a view from up there, believe me on it. What I'm really here for is just to say thank you. The Comlink Committee, or Comlink, worked for over a year with the help of the city manager, her staff, number of council people, and we're now able to meet again inside the school district. So that means 30% of our neighborhoods can meet again. And so this took a lot of effort and time on everyone's part, and we appreciate the help we've had along the way. So I'm really saying here, thank you. You've now made work for me, because now I got to get those neighborhoods back going again on it, to live up to our standards at improving a neighborhood block by block. So thank you.
Thank you. Christy Ward?
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Christy Ward, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer, get my title right, of Share Ourselves, a community health center that has been operating in Orange County for the past 53 years. I was here before you at the last City Council meeting that was held on February 7th, and during that time we had asked to have the language on the proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 2022-03 be revised to reconsider the definition of a medical office as it relates to zoning. During the last meeting, the city attorney provided information that the urgency ordinance that had been passed on December 20th was still in place regardless of any action that the city council would make that evening, inferring that the urgency ordinance would continue indefinitely according to the city's designation as a charter city. Our research has shown that point to be untrue, and according to California Government Code Section 65858, that includes charter cities such as Santa Ana, are subject to the expiration of any urgency zoning ordinance to expire after 45 days, unless there's a specific action by the City Council to extend that to a later date. At this time, we strongly believe that the urgency ordinance has expired, effective February 3rd, and based on the actions of the City Council at this February 7th meeting, we're currently in a window until March 7th where no zoning ordinance is in place. Share Ourselves submitted a major remodel application on February 6th for a building at 2670 North Main Street that we had planned to invest $34 million in the update and build out of a state-of-the-art medical facility. We have been operating a mile from this location in Santa Ana for the last 14 years, and we are very excited to provide expanded care to our Santa Ana neighbors. At this time, our application should be processed immediately, given that no CUP requirement goes into effect until March 7th. I ask that you research and investigate the advice that was given by the city attorney at the last City Council meeting, according to this California Government Code, Section 65858, and accordingly process our application. Additionally, I ask the City Council members to make a revision to the pending zoning ordinance number 2022-03 at your next City Council meeting before it goes into effect on March 7th, removing the line P that specifically talks about medical offices and how they're funded, either government subsidized, etc. We believe this to be flawed, and we really would love to have you reconsider that. We would love to be your partner in any way that we can, and I thank you for your time.
Speaker, your time is up.
Thank you. Delilah Snell? Followed by Will Klatt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council and Management. My name is Delilah Snell. I'm speaking on item 19. I live here in Santa Ana, but I also have a business in downtown. I sent an e-comment earlier today, but I came here tonight because this is important. As a customer, business owner, resident, and someone who cares deeply about this city, I think a lot of you have seen me over the past year come here because I just care about this city. I'm here on behalf of approval for the current downtown clean and safety program that's been here for a number of years. It's an integral part of this downtown. And how often do you say that a team like this says that they know me, they know my employees, they know my neighbors? Yeah, it's really hard to say for a team that does this kind of work. They know the personalities of this complex downtown, which you all know. This is a very complicated downtown, and it takes a very experienced team to understand that, and how this downtown works. And you cannot buy that. You cannot propose that. This is something that takes history. It takes work, dedication, building relationships, time, and giving a damn about this downtown. And it's more than just doing your job. These people care more than just their job, and they show it. And I think you saw that in my email today. Having a new team, especially after the past 3 years that we've gone through, you can't expect us to get that kind of care, especially after the past 3 years. Will they really go out of their way to show us respect and the care? And having merchants doing the work is preposterous. You can't expect them to do a job like cleaning the streets and do their own work, especially after the past 3 years we've gone through. I just want you to do the right thing. We need care. We need to be out of distress. And I just appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will Clatt?
Good evening, Will Clatty. I too am here on behalf of Sure Ourselves. We've been here 53 years. Last year, we provided medical care to over 13,000 people in the county of Orange. I'm here to respectfully ask the council to direct the planning staff to process the major remodel application submitted on February 6th relating to 2670 North Main Street in accordance with state law and with the city's own zoning ordinances. At the last council meeting, the city attorney told the council and the public that the urgency ordinance adopted by the council on December 20th remained in effect, and that there was therefore no point in amending the non-urgency ordinance to correct its many legal deficiencies. But the city attorney badly misinformed the council because the urgency ordinance expired on February 3rd, the Friday before the city council meeting. California Government Code Section 65858, which specifically applies to charter cities like Santa Ana, says that the urgency ordinance expired after 45 days. But the city attorney told the council the urgency ordinance never expired. This matters because our development partner, Turner, submitted its remodel application to the city after the urgency ordinance expired and before the effective date of the new ordinance. But because of this misinformation, Turner was told by city planners that its application would not be processed because the urgency ordinance remained in effect. Both Turner and SOS face substantial financial losses because of the city's refusal to timely review and approve Turner's application. We asked the city immediately to comply with state law and its own zoning ordinances, and that the council direct staff to diligently process the application for approval without reference to either the urgency or non-urgency ordinance. In addition, we asked the council to take steps to amend the non-urgency ordinance at its next meeting to remove the discriminatory and unconstitutional requirement that nonprofit, as opposed to for-profit medical offices, have to obtain a conditional use permit to operate in the professional district. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Cecilia Iglesias? Followed by Leopoldo. I apologize, Leopoldo.
Good evening, council members, mayor, city manager, Mr. Mike Garcia. the one that got me involved in politics here in Santa Ana. I'm here to just to provide support to our community. I know you guys are talking negotiations with labor agreements regarding, how to invest our money, the city of Santa Ana, our residents. I just want to ask that you think about all of the residents and why Measure X money was passed when it was passed. Make sure that you take the community's interest when you are deciding on how to vote for those labor agreements. Don't allow any, I would say, special interest dominate in a way your decision making in this process. Just know that our residents are counting on you, that money should be going for our parks, for our youth programs. It's supposed to be going for our neighborhood improvements. We've seen a few, but I don't think it's at the point where it needs to be. So for those of you who are standing strong, fighting for our residents, I really commend you. Jonathan, Ty, Jesse, and Ben, thank you for standing up for our community. And know that we are there supporting you because we know that you're doing the right thing. That's one thing that really says a lot about, who you are and your leadership when it comes to the financial stability of our residents. Santa Ana, we are a city that needs a lot, but with the right leadership and the individuals that are going to be making those decisions, I know that Santa Ana can move forward. And I know that even though sometimes we don't agree on philosophical things, but when it comes to the financial well-being of the city, we're all on the same page. So know that I'm here to support you. Anything you guys need, let me know. And we need to have those conversations with our community. So if before you guys vote on those labor negotiations, if you can have meetings with us, with our community, and let us know how do you want us to vote for it? Because then you guys will get that support from the community. So thank you again for allowing me this opportunity. And I look forward to being more involved if you guys allow me to. Thank you.
Dear council members, as residents of Santa Ana, we are very concerned with the deterioration of our city parks and streets, like Memorial Park, Santiago, that have been neglected for years. Also, police do not respond to calls from residents when they report loud disturbing noises and vehicles who speed in our neighborhoods. The decaying streets are in need of repairs. These conditions are getting worse. The city has made no effort to improve our neighborhoods and our parks. The city sales tax was sold to the public as a way to improve streets and parks, but most of this has gone to the city employees' salaries and benefits. Costs for utilities, including trash services, have also skyrocketed. The city council must make street neighborhood improvements a top priority over demands the police. And to say something else, Serrano wants to recall again to city councils because they oppose to give another 20 million to him. I will say, if the city councils have some pride, the recall should be to recall Serrano, not the city councils. And I have more issues, but the city of Santa Ana, they call now the Santa Ana trash city, and nobody wants to live there. Just look at the Bristol, Wagner, Main Street, the Ford, Sergestrom, all over. It's time You got elected by the people of Santa Ana. We paying the higher tax in Orange County, more than Newport Beach or San Clemente. And do nothing. It's time to act. We're making a root movement that is going to be called Independent Neighborhoods from Santa Ana. If you don't do nothing, you're going to hear us again, but a massive way. That's it.
Thank you. Eddie Chiaras, followed by Ruben Salazar.
Hey, good evening. After coming with that, it's a good thing I have my lucky socks on today. I think everything's going to be okay. Hey, good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor of Alabesqua, and all Santa Ana City Council members. My name is Eddie Chiaras, Jr., and I'm a State Farm agent located in downtown Santa Ana. My agency recently celebrated 12 years in business, and I employ over 8 employees. And I insure several businesses in downtown Santa Ana. Additionally, I'm the founder and president of DTSA Feel Good Events, which brings you Pozole and Tamal Festival. I am here today because I want to be the voice and share the importance of approving the agreement with DTSA Services for the DTSA Clean and Safe program. As a State Farm agent, I am proud that my business is located in downtown Santa Ana. My team and I venture out to downtown Santa Ana after hours without reservations. I never hesitate to invite friends and out-of-city acquaintances because I know the streets of DTSA are clean and safe. Personally, I actively see the DTSA service cleaning crew consistently picking up trash, ensuring that our streets and sidewalks are free from debris and no overflow trash bins. On Friday and Saturday night, security can be seen on DTSA streets who work closely with the SAPD to build a great sense of community while keeping us safe. As a founder of DTSA Feel Good Events, DTSA Services has been an integral part of our success. This past December, we had over 15,000 people in attendance at our event, infusing our DTSA West End economy with over $180,000 with 0 incidents. Coincidentally, I have spoken with several other organizations, and there were 0 incidents reported at their events as well. So, benefits to continuing in contact with DTSA services. Continue the personal relationship with Jose Romo and his team. That man has been incredible during the tenure that I've been there for 2 reasons. 1, I've never ever seen him take advantage of our community. And number 2, the reason why, it's because he wants the city to prosper and grow as much as all of you do as well. Number 2, as an event coordinator with his comprehensive work that DTA Services events, we no longer have to fence the federal building for our events. That's like a $2,000 to $3,000 savings per event. Number 3, Maria, the security guard you guys all see with the yellow shirt in downtown Santa Ana, the little blinking lights, that alone is phenomenal. Watching that reoccurrence is great for our downtown community. Jose Romo, I already spoke about him already. And DTSA Services has worked with events closely and has worked for free, literally. He wants the city to prosper, these downtown events to prosper and continue, and he's willing to work for free in several of those events. So I will end with this. Although our city is 27 square miles, our downtown Santa Ana is unlike any other in the country. We have over 600 businesses in 8 blocks and 3,000 residents, over 1,000 residents and over 3,000 visitors weekly.
Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruben Salazar, please.
Hello, I am Ruben Salazar. I am the property manager and curator at the Blue Lot, and I'm here to speak on the clean and safety program, which since I've been down here, they do an amazing job. I see them day in and day out working in the morning, keeping our downtown clean. When other cities and people come to enjoy our downtown, they're there in the morning cleaning up so people can enjoy our beautiful city and our beautiful downtown. So I am here to show my support for the clean and safety program, and I think that we should keep it intact, and they do an amazing job. They're very humble and hardworking individuals. I know some of them personally, and like I said, I think it's an amazing program. We should keep it in place. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on Zoom?
Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda and non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or select Raise Hand from Zoom now. Before unmuting callers, I would like to begin reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today at 3 p.m. On item number 4, the homeless update, a Santa Ana resident provided comments on the homelessness issue. Item 19, the downtown services clean and safe program, 18 Santa Ana residents/organizations in support of the item. Non-agenda items, we received a comment regarding a police officer complaint, and a Santa Ana resident provided a comment too many 5G towers in their neighborhood. Callers whose phone number ends with the last 3 numbers, 8477, please dial *6 from your phone and proceed with your comment. You have 3 minutes to speak. Caller with phone number who ends in 8477, would you like to speak? Zoom ID, Denise, please select the microphone icon to unmute from your device. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Denise Reynoso. I'm a downtown Santa Ana resident, and I'm the president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking on behalf of item 19. As a resident of downtown, I support this agreement with the DTSA Clean and Safety Program. They've been doing a wonderful job the last few years. I've met the team. I've seen them walking around during events or on the weekends and during the week, picking up, making sure that the residents feel safe. And it's very important for residents to feel safe when there's so many issues with the homeless. And I know that a lot of people are attracted to the downtown area, and it promotes business for Santa Ana. So to us, the residents, it's very important for us to feel that we can walk through the streets and we enjoy seeing that it's clean. So we really support this item, and the team has been really great at making everyone feel welcome and safe. And so I would just ask that the council considers approving this agreement. Even when we've had events, they've always come, just like Eddie had mentioned, they do come for free. They've helped me in my events, whether it's setting up or just checking that we have everything we need. So they've been very accommodating to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Caller whose phone number ends in 4010, please dial *6 from your phone and proceed with your comment. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Victor Mendez. Yeah, I want to speak on the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report. First and foremost, just from my perspective, I don't think it's necessarily a receive and file item. It's really a receive and accept type item. This is too important of a presentation to just simply file it away. That said, I looked through the report briefly and found 2 items that I hope the council will take it upon themselves to follow up at another point in time. Page 79 outlines about $64 million in deficits, and I really couldn't comprehend or fully understand or appreciate what's driving those deficits or why they're occurring, or more importantly, how they'll be mitigated in the future. But that is a lot of money. On page 111, regarding the workers' compensation liability, this has been an issue that I've talked about for 3 years running, and it's really going nowhere, and the problem's only getting worse. From what I can see, it looks like whenever a claim comes in or gets reported, it basically goes into a morass and gets stuck in the system, and that claim only grows in cost. Something really needs to be unplugged or uncorked there, because the matter simply will not go away. In terms of the midterm budget request, the whole thing seems to be like kind of a negative impact on what I saw. You're behind in revenue and then you want to spend more money. I want the council to really think about, in light of what that prior speaker said, and money. You are behind in revenue and you're going to spend more money. Something that doesn't really make sense, and maybe this whole package can be deferred at a later time when the revenue numbers are stronger and a little bit more clear. But going in and spending money when your revenue estimates are behind doesn't seem to be the best course of action. Lastly, in terms of economic impact, I put my money where my mouth is, and I bought a new car here in Santa Ana. It'll probably be my last car. I encourage any resident to go out to Subaru Orange Coast. Great dealership. I also placed my insurance here locally with Eddie Tijeras in downtown Santa Ana. I'll even get my gas in Santa Ana. I believe in Santa Ana. I'm sorry to say I don't see the city itself believing in the business here, but maybe that can be turned around. Thank you so much. You guys have a great evening and a good meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was the last speaker.
Great, thank you. At this time, council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to conflict, or if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar. Please state your name to motion, and to second to approve the remainder of the consent calendar, those that we do not pull. Council members, please cast your vote, and the city clerk will announce and display the roll call. So let's start with items pulled. Councilman?
Madam Mayor,
Becerra?
will we be hearing the staff presentations?
Well, I'm going to wait till we're done with this, because they may be a little lengthy. I'm not trying to put you off, but I just want to get through this, and then we can do that. I apologize. I'm dancing tonight a little bit, so we're not here till 3 o'clock in the morning. Unless you want to be here, Mike, because I hear you get people involved in politics. I'm good with that.
It's his fault.
All right. Items to be pulled. Councilman Becerra. Is
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be pulling item 19.
that the only one? All right.
I could if you want more.
No, I don't. Councilman Vasquez. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
No items on the consent calendar.
Councilman Becerra. I'm sorry, Penalosa. I don't know why I do that.
No items.
Mayor
Madam
Pro Tem.
Yeah, 22, please. Thank you.
And I have 15. I'm going to make a comment on 19 and 20. Councilmember Councilmember Fan is going to abstain from 17 and a portion of 23. Sorry, Madam City Attorney, can you expand maybe a little bit on that while she's gone?
My understanding is that with respect, it's not on, you're on the consent calendar now, but my understanding is that on 17, she has a conflict of interest, public economic base based on employment, as she usually states on the record. And with respect to 23, it's a little unusual because there is one item within the staff discussion in which she's discussed with me. That is the 3rd and Broadway item. She does have a conflict of interest on that, again, based on the employment. And I think the request is that the council take that item alone and address that item and then go back to the rest of the request. That's up to the city council. If you do that, she can come back and participate on the balance. If you don't do that, she won't be able to participate.
Okay. I don't have a problem of taking that item separately. Does anybody oppose that?
I don't oppose it.
Perfect, thank you. Well, we took your abstentions for you. It was 17 and portion of 23.
I'll
Got
go
it?
ahead and just state it anyway.
She stayed for you. Would you
Oh,
like
you
to
did?
go?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So can we make a motion for the remainder?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Made by Councilman Penalosa, second by Councilman Hernandez. Let's prepare to vote. And then I'm going to go through each item. Do you need a roll call, Madam Clerk?
I just want to know if there's an issue. It seems just that area there.
Now it just came up.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes, but I do want to make a comment that I just really want to appreciate staff for awarding contracts or recommending contracts to Santa Ana-based businesses, Service First, as well as C3 Technology Services. Thank you.
And Councilmember Becerra. Can you please voice your vote?
Yes. Yes.
Madam Clerk, why don't we do a roll call since we're having some challenges?
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
So you have everything. Okay, we don't need a roll call then. All right, first item, item 15, please. So this was my poll. Madam Clerk, is that for you, Mr. Garcia?
Oh, yes, that was yours.
Item 15, okay, thank you. I just have a comment, actually. So Centennial Park Lake, that's not this item? It shows it. Am I missing it? It says for lake management.
Your item 15 for lake management services? That's a
what I
public
have.
works
Oh,
agency.
I'm sorry, is that in the bill?
It is.
You're more than welcome. He waved at me, I thought. You're gonna get in trouble tonight, Mike. Now, Bill, I just want to make a comment, so you can just stay where you are, it doesn't matter. For the lake management at Centennial Park, when I was walking that area, and I walked it several times, the community had complaints, and I'm sure it's not the first time, about the lake itself, the smell, being clean, the trees around full of mosquitoes. They just had a lot of complaints, and so I've been by there numerous times. It's not very clean at all. It smells bad. And so if we can just ask them to really make an effort to clean up the lakes, all of them, so that they look good, again, about quality of life for our community, right? So, but that park in particular, I had a lot of community members complain about that because it attracts the mosquitoes during that season. And so it's very unhealthy for our community. So other than that, I'm going to support the item. Are there any other council members that have comments? If not, I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Prepare to vote.
Madam Mayor, can we do a roll call vote? We're having.
You sure can. Go ahead.
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Mezcua.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
We'll go to item 19. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the item regards to the DTSA services for downtown clean and safe program. First thing I want to do is thank everybody who came out tonight and everybody who emailed the council. It was wonderful to see how many people care about downtown and want to see downtown be clean and safe. It's amazing to see all that passion, so I appreciate that. I want to ask some questions of staff regarding this item. So the staff report indicates that this contract would fund litter maintenance, special events cleanup, power washing, daily cleaning of city infrastructure, cleaning and maintenance of parklets, alley cleaning, bus stop cleaning, street closure, equipment setup and breakdown, and security guard procurement and oversight. So I'm going to ask a more very basic question. So if we didn't have this contract, would none of those things happen?
We would fund that through staff, through Public Works.
So in other words, staff would perform those tasks?
Yes. That's
Okay. So this might be a question, Madam City Manager, that might involve your Public Works Director. Under the Clean City Initiative that we have through Republic, now, my understanding with that, the excitement behind that was that they were going to go out to these high traffic areas and power wash and do all the cleanings, right? Is there a red line around downtown? Do they not come into downtown, or how does that work?
I'll ask Executive Director Nabil Saba to answer that question for you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, member of the City Council, Nabil Saba. That program has started, and we have hotspots for the Republic to clean the sidewalks right now, and at the same time, we have a program where pressure washing the sidewalks as we speak right now. So those programs have started.
Fantastic. Are they inclusive of downtown?
I'll have to check if downtown was selected as a hotspot. If it didn't, we'll include it.
I think the merchants and the businesses hope it's a hot spot because that means a lot of activities going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to make sure. Thank you, Nabil. So the other couple more questions for you. So with the special events that we have downtown, as they're pulling the permits and they're going through all the evaluations, don't we usually task the folks putting on the events to actually put up and take down the street closure equipment?
That's correct.
So we do, okay. And then right now, don't we have Santa Ana Police directly assigned to downtown?
We do.
We do. So no other part of the city we have that, but we do have actual officers. In fact, most of our merchants know the officer's name. They can say, hey, Officer so-and-so is going to be there. And in other words, it's not a guest. They have somebody that has been directly assigned to them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess part of the reason why I'm asking that is so a lot of times with the security, we see that they end up ultimately calling Santa Ana PD. So while the security services definitely serve a function downtown for a lot of the smaller stuff, ultimately if a situation arises to a certain level, it does involve Santa Ana PD, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in looking at the staff report in regards to funding, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, 9% of the funding is coming through ARPA, and then we have 91% coming through a fund that you have described as the Downtown Enhancement. Can you elaborate on what comprises that funding?
Yes, the Downtown Enhancement Fund 027. That Fund 27 comprises parking revenue, which is parking garage fee revenue, parking meter revenue, and parking meter citation revenue. It's been depressed for the last 3 years because we've been reducing the 2 hour and funding a 2 hour grace period for free parking in the parking garages.
Okay, thank you. And so with that fund, we hope to see a bounce back fairly soon. Okay. So for me, the reason why I'm asking all these questions, it's not that I don't support the program, but what it is, I want to highlight the fact that it just feels like, and staff, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it just feels like that over time, and this is long before I think the tenure of many of the EMT here, that it just almost seems as if the city has taken advantage of downtown and has really kind of assumed that they would, at one point, self-fund some of the, what I would consider basic municipal services. But now we have this augmented service for them. And granted, downtown deserves it because we want to put our best foot forward with downtown and make sure that it is clean and safe. But I do wrestle with the fact that we are bringing in a third party to do this because, again, as I ask these questions, Director Garcia, you answered pretty consistently that staff would be performing those functions. And I guess what that also tells me in talking to some of the folks in downtown, I won't say who, but have shared with me that part of the reason for this clean and safe programs, being appreciative of it, is because of the fact that they don't see the response from certain city services. And so this is kind of that, I guess, comfort. If the city doesn't come through, then this entity will be able to service them. And by the way, I've known Jose Romo for many years, so I know that Jose and his team are very, very capable of doing this work. And it doesn't shock me one bit that Jose and his team was ranked first, because they obviously have a proven track record and they've done an amazing job downtown. So for me tonight, one thing I would like to see us do as a city is start to look at, and I'm going to base this off of a real life example. So when the parking structures were an absolute nightmare, now we could say we had a third party entity managing it, but what happened was the upper floors were just riddled with graffiti. I mean, it looked like a third world nightmare up there. And we were able to pivot as a city, and we had our graffiti removal contractor, who's an amazing contractor, who does great work. Everything that you report through the My Santa Ana app, that contractor's addressing. And we asked to have that contract amended to include the parking structures. One, it's a city, those are city infrastructures, but two, because we knew that the folks that were managing the parking structures were not equipped to deal with graffiti removal. Just they're there to make sure that you get in and out of the structure. They're not there to go up to the 4th and 5th floor and try to paint out graffiti. And so that was something where we were able to pivot and have that assistance from someone that provides a service citywide. So my concern tonight, again, it's not about the contract. I think we should approve it. What I would ask my colleagues to entertain is that rather than the length that staff is proposing, I would like to approve the contract tonight for the initial 3 years. And what I would like to have is staff come back to us to talk about ways that the city can improve services to downtown. Not necessarily to take away what Jose Romo and his team are gonna do, but again, the fact of the matter that there's so much passion for this contract because of the fact that there isn't the confidence in some of the basic municipal services. Whether you're in downtown or whether you're in an area like South Bristol, there should be that confidence that, in fact, tonight, the speaker should have said, I don't know if we really need this, but they didn't. They were very passionate about having it, and sadly, that speaks to the fact that our basic municipal services for downtown are not what they could and should be. And so what I would hope is that we tonight, in fact, I'll go ahead and make it as a motion, that we approve this contract for the initial 3-year term going through to February 2026, and that staff will come back to us within the next 6 months and report back on where we can improve when it comes to the basic municipal services that we provide to downtown. That's my motion, Madam Mayor.
Comments from Councilman Vasquez, any comments? Councilman Penaloza?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll second the motion, Councilmember Becerra's motion, with comments in just the funding sources is what I had questions about. We're over the next 3-4 years, or 3 years, we're using about $500,000 of ARPA dollars to fund this, which I assume that is the reason why, as we get into 26, 27, 28 fiscal years, that amount from downtown enhancement significantly increases. Is that why? Because those ARPA dollars won't be there anymore?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
The revived dollars must be spent by the end of December 2026.
Okay. And the downtown enhancement fee, is that 100% funded from the various parking revenue sources?
It is not. It will be backfilled with general fund dollars.
Approximately how much?
It varies depending on parking revenue and expenditures. In the past, we included Santa Ana Police Department expenditures and staffing were included in that, in the expenditures for the downtown, and that was moved out of the list of expenditures. So it's gonna vary based on how much parking revenue comes in.
Okay. And I wanna make sure that we highlight that because over the last couple of years that I've been on this council, all I've heard from many merchants in downtown is the desire to have parking free, across the board for the people that visit and shop in downtown. So as we continue to have that conversation of whether we want to make parking free like they do in Orange and the Orange Circle and Tustin, downtown Tustin, it's important to start thinking about these things as if that's possible. If we're entering into these contracts that are going to be 3-4 years long that are dependent on these funds, is there a way to continue keeping that parking free or reducing the time? Because I've heard, as early as last month, I got a request to look into expanding that free parking time. And I know that that's going to deplete the parking revenue. So that's important to just think about as we move forward with this. But I will, aside from that, I'm supportive of this. So I'll second Councilmember Becerra's motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just had a question for the maker of the motion, just as a clarification. So the motion is to adopt the 3 years, but not with the option for a 2-year extension, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's fine by me. I appreciate all the comments that were made up here, and I do agree with them. I personally would love to see that these, what I consider public services, be provided by the city rather than a contractor. I understand why, and that's okay. But for me personally, I don't know if that's what Councilmember Becerra was pointing at, but I do believe that we should have the team to provide these services. That's just my personal philosophy on that. And I think Councilmember Peñalosa read my mind, because I've had a lot of folks ask for free parking. And I think in speaking to Julie and Assistant City Manager Mendoza and whatnot, the numbers don't line up. And we're backfilling with general fund dollars, and if we keep making it free, eventually the downtown enhancements will just be another $1 million line item every year on the budget. And so I do appreciate the thought into that, because we do have to balance these different interests. And I would love to see what recommendations you have coming back to us in the next 6 months. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Supportive of the proposal that was brought forth. I am looking forward to voting in favor of it. I have had the pleasure of working with many of the businesses in downtown as the elected official who represents part of downtown Santa Ana. I've worked with many of you as you were impacted by the streetcar, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, Jose Romo did not miss a single meeting. He attended every single meeting that we held. As we were working towards solutions, he was side by side with each business. So because of his demonstration, professionalism, and commitment to downtown and our residents, I am very proud to support this. That concludes my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any concerns with it.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this item. Let's prepare to vote.
Councilmember Becerra, can you voice your vote?
My screen still shows the yes from the last one, but I guess it'll be consistent and say yes again.
We can do a roll call. It's better than just taking our time.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. On to item 20. I pulled that item. Madam City Manager. I'm sorry, item 20, I pulled that item. I'd actually like to call the chief up, please. Thank you. Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you. So I see we're getting a grant. So I always ask those famous questions, right? And it's so that the community can understand. So we're getting a little bit of change, which is good. And it says for police officer, professional staff, overtime to augment gang prevention and enforcement, ensure successful prosecutions, officer overtime to enhance educational opportunities through schools, community association, neighborhood watch, community policing, yada, yada. Oh, and it does say additional youth programming through the Santa Ana Police Department's athletic through the PAL to enhance youth violence. Can you talk about this, please?
Yes. So this grant is a grant that we receive annually, and it supports various proactive efforts with this monies, which is $102,000. About 87 of it will be used for gang overtime, gang education programs. So who actually does the work is gang detectives and also patrol officers. It's not exclusive to one particular work unit. It's available to anyone. And then we also line itemed about $15,000 for programming for our PAL.
So you have $87,000, it's going to go to the gang unit for overtime education.
Correct.
And then you have $15,000 that'll be for miscellaneous. So from an educational standpoint, what does the gang unit use that for? Do they go into schools, meet with parents? What do they use that for?
All the above. So a variety of presentations. We also partner with the county in GRIP but also individual presentations in various neighborhoods. We have either council folks that request community members, different groups that we work with. So this augments our efforts. We're not just talking about enforcement, we're talking about proactive efforts, mitigation, and then also community meetings. We have officers that are assigned on a 7-day work week, spread across the week, and then when we have additional requests, these type of grants help support those efforts.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Does anybody else have any other questions before you leave?
I have a question.
Chief, if you can, just come back up. Go ahead, Councilman Vasquez.
I wanted to ask about the PAL program you have down there on McFadden and at Fairview. How many youth do you service a year in that PAL program?
Ooh, you know, I have one of my coaches here. I don't know if he has that. I think it's more than that. I can certainly get you a hard number.
Okay, that's perfect.
It fluctuates, but we service kids obviously in the immediate neighborhood. We now have a smaller site on the east side that we opened last year. We focus Jackson and the schools in the neighborhood. I can get you an exact number.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It would be great if we can have PALs in other areas of the city. So, looking forward to that. Any other council comments?
Just wanted to say, very popular and happy with the PAL program, Chief. There is conversation with Davis Elementary to expand that program, as you've seen in some of the email correspondence we've had. So looking forward into seeing how we could expand that during this budget year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, don't leave. Go ahead.
Oh, just a quick plug. If you can bring the PAL program to the west side, I'm just throwing it out there. Thank you.
So we had a meeting today. It was very interesting. You all are asking. And so I was saying, let's find some money for every area of the city to have PAL, from South area down to Davis Elementary, because I know Principal Richardson's been asking. We have the one at McFadden. We have the one at Romero Walker, I believe. And so if we could get one more, or the McFadden Library. Do you have the numbers? Did you have the numbers?
105. I knew it was more than 60. 105, the last count for 2022, but it's probably higher than that. And then we also, again, fluctuate based on program-specific offerings throughout the year.
So it'll be great to be talking about the PAL program as we move into the budget.
Yep.
So thank you. Any other questions? Yes,
Madam Mayor,
Councilman.
just so that we're all clear, yes, there is majority support up here for the PAL program, and then seeing it expand throughout the city. So thank you all for making those comments, and I just wanted to echo those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. You have another comment? Oh, okay. I thought you were. We're good. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, you were leaning forward. Okay, let's prepare to vote, please. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. You want to do a roll call, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, can we just do a roll call?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Perfect, thank you. Item 22, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
I did pull this item, but staff got back to me on my concern, so I don't have any questions for the council or for
Okay,
staff.
you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to move the item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Let's prepare to vote.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Hernandez. I'm sorry.
So I am supportive of this item. I think it's important, especially that given the context, we're talking about protecting our public servants. So the reason why this item is before us is the council here, we are having to address creating additional resolutions so that we can have adequate protections that the city does not have as part of their protections or as part of how they can aid elected officials as we navigate sometimes very nuanced and tumultuous policy dialogue. And so I am supportive of this. I guess my question is for our city manager. Can you give me an idea, Madam City Manager, as to what the scope of this reimbursement fund covers?
So first of all, sir, we actually don't have funds set aside for this. What it really is it's creating and implementing a part of the charter, because we do have policies, and I know you're very familiar with them. You do have money for your sponsorships for qualified nonprofits, and you do have a supplies budget, which is subject to all of the purchasing requirements the city must follow. So what this does enable, it enables a resolution to allow for other reimbursement of things that don't fit within one of those buckets. What I hope to do is with the resolution is update our actual purchasing policy so you have it all in one place. So it'll be easier for you to see, okay, this is, you've got nailed down the sponsorship one and we have the form, but this will then add and supplement the other existing reimbursements that you have.
Okay, sounds
So I'm going to piggyback on you, Councilman Hernandez, if you don't
absolutely.
mind.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, so are we adding an additional 1,500 to this account? Is that the request? If that is the request, I'm supportive of seeing an
Yes,
additional
that's the request.
1,500 to that amount.
This item before you does not appropriate or add any additional amounts.
Okay.
If you approve the item, it enables us to establish that as a purchasing policy, and it also enables the mayor to get reimbursement for the expenditures that she's paid out of pocket. I'll certainly, find the location to get that 1,500 out of.
Okay, perfect. So if there was direction from the council today to add, in addition to what we already have in our supplies budget, an additional 1,500 to that, is that something that the council can provide direction to you today on?
That would be, not today, but certainly we're getting ready to develop the budget, so that would be the perfect opportunity.
Okay, so in the spirit of understanding that context, I am very supportive of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. And actually, Madam City Manager, I wasn't even going to share anything. But now that you mentioned my name, I want the community to understand this came about because I received a death threat. And so I used my own money to pay for security. And so with any council member up here, I would support it 100%. If they had to pay out of their own pocket to reimburse them, I would like us to agendize something, as Councilman Hernandez is talking about, on the budget, Madam City Manager, and we've had discussion about this for the safety and security of the council and the mayor and staff. I mean, if it's a credible threat, right? And so there are things happening across the country that we just can't take these things lightly anymore. When a judge's husband opens the door, he gets shot, her son gets killed. I have family that live with me, and God forbid that, my husband opens the door and something happens. And I wouldn't wish that on any of my peers sitting up here, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So it's, being in office nowadays is not for faint of the heart. You have to understand that it comes with the good and the bad. And the bad is that sometimes people come out of the woodwork and say things, do things, make threats, approach you, want to harm you, come to your home, make your life uncomfortable, and make very credible threats. And so I appreciate that all of you approve this. I want to be safe. I want to go home and be safe. I want my family to be safe, and I want all of you to be safe. And this is a very small amount, compared to, what it could cost. And I would hope that if any council member has to pay for their own private security because it's not offered to us, then that we reimburse them, and that we get a receipt and we reimburse them for their services. And I'm looking forward to a plan that will be presented to us by the police department and from you, City Manager, how we're going to move forward to protect the council and the mayor. So again, thank you all for supporting this item. Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
I just want to make a quick comment in the spirit of protecting ourselves and also the Santa Ana taxpayer. I want to make sure that we could potentially clearly define what this scope is and narrow it as much as possible to what could be reimbursed. I just could see all kinds of things, and episodes happening and receipts being turned in for things that probably aren't because of potentially wide scope. So I would hope that this scope is really narrowed down. Something like protection for our mayor is to me, that's fine. I do want to ask for clarification and confirmation that if and when one of us up here turns in a receipt for something to be reimbursed, I would hope, it would be my hope and desire that that comes before us as the city council as an item for approval on the city council agenda. Is that my understanding?
So you have an existing policy already adopted by the city council on certain items, say for instance, travel expenses. As always, you do report out in a public setting whenever you have traveled on behalf of the city as to, you know, what was the attendance, where were you going, what benefit did you glean from it. But the actual travel reimbursements, they don't come to the city council for approval because if they're in compliance with the already adopted council policy.
Right, but like this one tonight, for example, it's an item for council approval.
Yes,
Would we see them, if it's out of that travel scope, would we see them come before us like it is tonight?
Well, by adopting this resolution, you're opening it up for it. But if that is something you desire in the purchasing policy, I mean, we could add that in, but it wouldn't be automatic with what you're taking tonight.
Okay, well, I would like to amend the motion and the resolution on here.
Since I drafted this, maybe I could help clarify this. Currently, you have rules and policies that allow you to be reimbursed for certain expenses. City manager addressed them, like for reimbursement for travel and certain expenses. When you have other items that you want to be reimbursed for, currently, you can purchase those things, and I'm going to tell you at your own risk. And why I say that is because your city charter says that unless the city council, the entire city council, approves a resolution to approve these things that are not otherwise in a policy, then you can't be reimbursed. So what you have before you today is very, very narrow. It's a two-part issue. One, it's a policy that says, it puts all of you on notice. If you purchase things outside of the existing authority and the travel and reimbursement policy that we have, you do it at your own risk. There's no guarantee you're going to get reimbursed. That's the first part. And that's what this policy reiterates. It reiterates the charter. And then the second part of the request tonight is to say, you do have a council elected person who did bring a request forward who is saying, I did it at my own risk. I'm asking the rest of my council, do you, the council, view my request as a legitimate expenditure? She explained the reasons why. And if you do, then you're going to adopt this resolution that approves it. By taking the action tonight, that's going to be the status quo. Until or unless staff comes back and brings you the policy that the city manager was describing.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so that was just, I wanted to make sure this wasn't
Yes.
approving something that could now, you know, under the city manager's authority or sign off on any reimbursement.
As of right now, the status quo remains in effect, that any request
Perfect.
that's outside of the policies has to come back to the full council.
Okay, I'm fine with that. With that, that is my comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a point of clarification. So is this because we're moving money around, are we talking about 4 or 5 vote minimum threshold here?
Sir, you're not moving money around. This is not an appropriation request.
But I thought, from the
The
way I
adoption
understand.
of a resolution.
No, but as far as the, so her request, right? So is this coming out of the existing fund for the council?
No, I would charge it to an existing account within the city manager's office. And given the level of amount, I can absorb that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? There was a motion and a second. Can we do a roll call now?
The vote is open on your device. Did you want to try that or?
All right, let's try to vote. Here we go. Everybody try.
Councilmember? Oh. Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. Let's go to presentations at this time, please.
Okay, So Honorable Mayor and City Council members, we have two staff presentations for you tonight. The first one is on homelessness, and addressing that I know is a priority of this council, and the mayor had specifically requested that we return to doing routine presentations on the homeless efforts. We did have some directions on the specific topics that she wanted to see handled in the presentation. And tonight, we are having our Executive Director of Community Development provide the presentation. And for ongoing ones, if we do this once a month, we will certainly welcome your input on other specific areas that you would like to hear about relative to homelessness. So with that, I will turn it over to Executive Director Garcia.
Mayor, City Council, as mentioned, we are going to go through a presentation about our homeless services here within the city of Santa Ana. Let's see if this will work. One second. Good. Apologize for those technical difficulties. We're going to be discussing the quality of life team, the Santa Ana multidisciplinary homeless response team. We're also going to be talking about our homeless services budget with federal and state funds. We're going to go down a quick rundown of some recent events that have been undertaken by staff at the Navigation Center. We're going to conclude with the Navigation Center, which is on Carnegie, east of the 55, run by Illumination Foundation, and then present a little video that the Illumination Foundation staff prepared. So the COLT team works throughout the city and has, in calendar year 2022, quite a number of contacts. One of the ones that I'm most proud of is the 583 referrals to shelter that occurred in the calendar year 2022. I wanted to show you as well, even though COLT, the Quality of Life team, works throughout the city, this is a cleanup that occurred underneath the 5 freeway. It's one of our most recent coordination events with Caltrans and city staff and other members of the COLT team to work on cleaning up that area along the Santiago Creek underneath the 5 freeway. And we work throughout the city, not only with our public right-of-way areas, but also within right-of-way from the Union Pacific, Caltrans, and other public right-of-way like flood control areas. As I mentioned, we're also going to run down a little bit on the SMART team, the Santa Ana multidisciplinary homeless response team, which is a coordination between city staff and CityNet. So CityNet was brought under contract to help lessen the call of requests for calls that come in and go directly most of the time to Santa Ana PD. They're bringing in qualified staff who are working on their masters, or maybe they're working directly on doing outreach with individuals who are unhoused. And this graphic right now shows that almost the 1,127 street exits that occurred not only from city outreach efforts, but also the CityNet team. And street exits can be broken down into multiple areas, and 984 of those we're proud of ended up working in and moving into emergency shelter. Not every contact that is made, we had 9,600 contacts in calendar year 2022. Not every one of those results in one of the contacts wanting to go to shelter or some sort of housing situation. But 984 is quite an accomplishment. We also worked with Lion Security recently to bring them under contract to work cooperatively with CityNet in 10 of our parks. Since they've been brought on, we've had 88 contacts within 10 different parks, and it's been very helpful. I think some of you may have seen the impact it's had on Birch Park. It comes and goes, some of the activity there, as well as Angels Community Park. I wanted to quickly run down some of the budget, and thank you, Mayor, for asking that this be put on our city website. My homeless staff have put together some nice graphics that should be up soon. And I wanted to run down and point a few different state funding sources. The HAP, we've gone after 3 rounds of HAP funding, which is the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Funding. Round 3, the most recent round, accounted for about $10.3 million coming in from state sources, and about $4.8 million in round 3 from PLHA funding. This comes from real estate transactions that have recording fees, so that fluctuates from time to time. But in the most recent round of funding, we received $4.8 million. So whenever you sell or undertake other recordation actions, that $75 helps go towards the PLHA funds. I also wanted to point out a few federal funding sources, $3.13 million in ARPA funds that help go towards outreach and coordination. And then our ESG funding, which is winding down. The expenditure deadline is coming up in September of 2023. And a lot of that funding, 40% of it is going towards temporary emergency shelter, and then another 21 towards our navigation center at Carnegie. Our staff, not only our city staff, but working with some of our partners, have been very good at working with those individuals at Carnegie Shelter and then out in the street as well to provide a Valentine's Day event and a Christmas event. And what you see on the picture on the left was last week, Sergeant Montiel. Sergeant Montiel was very good at coordinating with Solace Foundation, and they wanted to make sure that they distributed naloxone kits to those individuals in the field to try to cut down on opioid overdoses. So they were able to get 27 different kits to individuals that were on inactive Union Pacific Railroad lines, as well as 25 kits to different businesses on First Street, so that if there is an individual that is nearby on First Street that may be under the influence of opioids and needs that naloxone, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, they would have it available. They're also providing these to our officers and our SMART team as well. The Navigation Center, since it opened in June of 2022, has been quite successful. This is a one-day picture of the population from February 26th at the Navigation Center. Again, this is on Carnegie, east of the 55. And one of the ones I wanted to point out that we'd love to see how we could get more families served there. We got 15 of about 40 different families that we could serve. And this was just that snapshot from a few weeks ago, just February 16th. And we were able to, working with our outreach group, to get 579 individuals referred to the Carnegie Navigation Center. And what the Carnegie Navigation Center provides is on-site services that include medical appointments, parenting classes, mental health service referrals, Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, substance abuse sessions, COVID testing, job connections and credit recovery, stress management. So a lot of good on-site services, including Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and general relief to the individuals that are going to seek shelter there. Something else I wanted to point out at the Navigation Center, we were able to get 27 individuals placed into permanent housing. So that includes not only housing choice vouchers, but reuniting individuals with their family. And so, and an additional 15% of those 27 individuals were able to get permanent supportive housing. So let me show you a video now. I hope this all
Welcome
works
to the
properly.
City of Santa Ana Emergency and Family Shelter, operated by Illumination Foundation. We have a 200-bed capacity at our facility and accept women, men, and families. Clients are referred to our site by Santa Ana PD and our outreach team, CityNet. We are not a walk-up shelter, and all clients are required to arrive and depart by their personal vehicles or our transport vans. All clients are searched upon arrival, and an extensive intake process is done. After intakes are completed, clients are given a tour of the facility in their designated dorm area. We provide several services on site, including case management, substance use and behavioral health counseling, and housing navigation. We also have a medical clinic on site several days a week, as well as access to routine dental services. The City of Santa Ana Emergency and Family Shelter also serves families, including children of all ages. We offer after-school activities, guidance, and family support. We have teamed up with Project Hope Alliance to create wraparound services to our families. We also accept pets at this shelter, which is an exciting service that we offer to our clients. We are happy to keep pet owners and their beloved animals together in a safe environment. At our Santa Ana site, we provide recreational activities including basketball, art, and gardening, as well as educational options including life skills and employment training. The purpose of this shelter is to help our most vulnerable Santa Ana community members access housing, healthcare, and supportive services.
So that concludes my presentation. I have Terry Agers, who is our expert in homeless services that works in community development with myself and the rest of the staff, who were both available to answer any questions at this time.
Let me start. Any councilman want to start? Yes, Ty, go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Just a short comment. First, thank you so much for the presentation. I was actually able to take a tour of the Carnegie Shelter with Terry, and it was very educational for me, and I love seeing the work that we're doing there and actually being able to speak to the staff, the counselors, the cooks, and the medical personnel who are providing the services, and they care so much about the mission and the work that they do, and I really appreciate that. Just as a quick comment to the presentation, you have some of the information about state and federal grant funding with percentages. I'd love to see the total amount to include that, so that way, our residents comment on, what are we doing about homelessness? What are we doing about the quality of life? And I know on this dais, we've increased funding for, whether it's park maintenance, sidewalks, potholes, all of those things, as well as homeless services. So I think it's really important so that our residents, our taxpayers know that these dollars are going to good work, even though there's a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is going to be not more so much about funding shelters and whatnot. It's going to be more about another shelter operated by, it's not operated by the city, and that is the Yale shelter by the county. So I think most of us up here on the dais have received numerous complaints about how that shelter is being run, not so much on the inside, but the fact that what's happening inside is spilling to the outside. We were promised time and time and time again that we would not see those impacts on our community, and yet here we are. So my question is, what is being done when it comes to working with the county to get them to address their shelter in our city?
So as staff, we try to stay vigilant to make sure that the other industrial businesses in that area understand that they need to work with the county and make calls for service when individuals come and go. Yale is a little different than the Carnegie Center, and that's why you have a lot more coming and going. The average stay at our shelter is 67 days. What is occurring at Yale is individuals can actually come and go during the day, and they can leave for days at a time and sometimes be able to come back and get shelter there. So it's a little different than how the city operates its own shelter.
Well, I have faith and confidence in how the city operates our shelter. My concern is what's happening with the county and how they're impacting that neighborhood over there. You just said something that I think is something that I didn't previously understand is the case, and that is, so folks that are staying at the Yale shelter can come and go as they please? My thought was that they were transported there, and then if they wanted to leave, they were transported away. So now you're telling me they can just come and go like, say, what we had in downtown?
They do have a more transitory shelter experience there. from what
So,
we've
so
seen.
it's, I thought it was at least a low barrier shelter. You're telling me it's a no barrier shelter now?
That's how that could be characterized, absolutely.
For example, sir, we've encountered homeless individuals in our parks that have a bed reserved at Yale.
So, I mean, help me understand this. So was I wrong in understanding that the county and everybody involved with that shelter had said it was going to be a low barrier shelter, not a no barrier shelter? Because the nightmare that we had in downtown was a no barrier shelter. And so the idea was Yale will be much different because they'll at least be a low barrier, AKA they had to be referred into the shelter. But what you're telling me now, which unfortunately is news to me, is that it is actually a no barrier shelter.
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the county's operating procedures, but we can share with you that we have seen individuals exit the facility. We have seen individuals in our parks that have a bed at the Yale shelter. But I can't tell you, you know, the difference between the courtyard and the Yale as in terms of what they consider low or no barrier.
I wish there was a difference between the courtyard and Yale, because that would mean we would have an improvement over at Yale, but apparently that's not the case, unfortunately. I would ask that in your next homeless update to the council that you are able to speak with the county and find out, frankly, what is going on with that shelter. My other item, which is very impactful down on the south end of town, and that is panhandling. And since we are talking about the homeless update, I'd like to bring up panhandling because I don't see folks out there that are not probably houseless or homeless that are panhandling. So what I'd like to know is, are we have signs up and we cite code that says you can't stand in the medians. It is a dangerous situation for these folks to be out there. And because a lot of them, unfortunately, are probably using some sort of substance that are, you know, mind altering, if you will, to be polite, they don't seem to have their balance. And I'm just really worried that there's going to be fatalities. I call in every time I see one of these folks on the medians, but I guess, I don't know if it's really a question, but just more of a comment to say, we really need enforcement of the panhandling in the medians because it is dangerous. This is not, I mean, I don't want to read about a fatality of any person, regardless of their status of housing, that ends up being a traffic fatality because they're aggressively panhandling in our medians. So we have the signs up. I mean, just to have the law stated and not enforce it does us no good. So I would just ask that we make that a priority as those calls come in, because I'm receiving a lot of calls from folks that say, I've called PD and nobody responds to the panhandlers. And again, I'm afraid that if we don't have PD respond, it's going to be a paramedic that responds. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra. I'm sorry, Councilman Penaloza. I apologize, I do that every
Thank you,
year.
Madam Mayor. I just want to double down on what Councilmember Becerra mentioned in regards to Yale being a low barrier versus a no barrier shelter. I know that a couple years ago in 2019, when this shelter was crammed down our throats by the County of Orange, it was told by Supervisor Doe, by CEO Frank Kim, and I believe even in Judge Carter's courtroom, and in many community meetings with the school district that I know the mayor was at, and a lot of us were present at, that this was going to be a shelter where people were going to be transferred in and out, and nobody was going to be allowed to walk out. So I want to make sure that if that is indeed happening, that we are protecting that surrounding area by going after the county. And I'm hoping our new county supervisor, former Mayor Sarmiento, could help in regards to that and making sure that that shelter is being ran properly and not impacting the surrounding neighborhood and schools and industrial area and all of the above. So I just hope that we could put some pressure or communicate with the county, maybe reach out to make sure that they're operating it the way it was intended to, and they told us they would. That's it. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, staff, all of the above, Public Works, PD, Code Enforcement, Terry. I know it's a lot of work, day-to-day work that you guys are out there doing, and our residents and neighborhoods. I know I know it might feel like we're not doing much often, but we are, and it's interdepartmental effort, and we're trying our best. And I just hope that we continue on that speed. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Well, first, I just wanted to thank staff for all the work that you've been doing. I know a lot of the work that we've been doing in Ward 3, we initiated that in 2021 when I brought the different departments together. And, recently I emailed staff again about the work under the 2022 the 22 underpass, because that just seems to be an area that is, I think we've been taking the lead on, right, and trying to work with CHP, with Caltrans. But if we could reach out to the city of Orange, formally to ask them for their cooperation, I think that would go a long way, so that, they're not pushing issues here and we're not doing the same. And so I think if they're able to work with us, we'll see a lot of improvement as opposed to just relying on our team, because I know we're exhausted of doing the work on a weekly basis, right? Because we started the weekly creek cleanup in the park with Lion Securities going out there every week. And so we've seen a difference, and the residents really appreciate it, but we really want to see other jurisdictions also step up. I will be submitting another letter to the County of Orange requesting 5 mental health clinicians. But I think specifically, clinicians that are available 24/7, because I think that's one of the issues with our current contract with CityNet is it's very much like corporate hours, and what do we do after hours when folks also need support and we need to be able to call somebody. Additionally, I wanted to know if we can have somebody from the quality of life team at these meetings when we're having these presentations, because when I hear you say that somebody has a bed reserve but they're out at a park, I want to know how the team is pivoting. How are they learning, right? Like what is working, what is not working, so that we're not just in this cycle of trying to force people into shelters, folks not wanting to go into the beds. And I do want to know what folks are saying, or how best we can pivot. But again, thank you to staff. Thank you for always being alert with my emails and my calls and my text messages. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez? No? No? All right, I have a couple of questions here. Thank you very much to the staff and for bringing back the presentation to the council. I think it's very helpful if the council wants to vote on monthly or quarterly, but it's very important, and the reason I ask for this is because the community is always asking questions, and I know we all get emails all day long about encampments and homeless people, and today I forward one to you, Mr. Garcia, I'll add you, from Moms, the organization where they look out their window and people are doing their business right out their window as they're sitting in their office, whether they're smoking what they think is methamphetamine or doing their personal business, having an encampment. And so it's dangerous for the families and the clients that they're serving at the Moms organization. And I did send it to the chief and to Christine, to you, and a couple other people. So I'm sure the council, I know the council members all respond, send it to you guys to react and take care of these things. And so I do appreciate that. So I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Okay, so, and this is, I've been meeting with every department head, being that I'm new, so this one was my first meeting, and so, because that's how important it is. So the quality of life team response, and I want to go really quick before I ask my questions. Mayor Pro Tem said something very important about the time of CityNet. I'm told that the hours of CityNet are 8 to 5, 7:30 to 3. What are the hours? They're daytime hours. She called them banker's hours, I believe. They're...
Terry, can you approach and answer that question? Because I believe we recently expanded them.
That's not what I was just told recently, so I'd like to know.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The hours of CityNet are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Monday through Friday from 7
7
a.m. to 9 p.m. And Saturday and Sunday, 7 a.m.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Really? When did that start?
That started with their contract in December of this past December.
The one we just approved?
Yes.
Because prior to that, they were working.
Prior to that, they were working, weekends were until I think about 6 o'clock, and on weekdays also until about 8 o'clock. So they were extended slightly.
Okay, so they're out until 9 p.m.
Yes, they are.
And they have a van?
Yes, they do.
I've never seen their van. I'm waiting to see their van, but I think I'm gonna go hunt it down, look for it, so.
It has
thank
a
you.
magnetic sticker on it that says "Sitting It."
Yeah, I'm gonna look for it. So I don't know if you want to sit close so you don't have to walk all the way back there if they have questions. So, Mr. Garcia, what you're telling us here is that 14,591 encampment cleanups were conducted in the year of 2022. And was that including railroad? Are we working with the railroad police? And is that including railroad, or is that, because they count that as a cleanup, we count that as a cleanup, so we're like double dipping. So is that including railroad cleanup?
It includes those, yes.
Okay. And so from what I understand, they only have, I think, one officer that works this area now from the railroad.
They'll put additional staff for, to, when needed, but we have one dedicated.
We, as in Santa Ana.
Yeah.
Quality of life team.
That's correct.
And what does the railroad offer?
They have funds for maintenance that we get through, I'm trying to think of his name. There's a gentleman who works our area who handles maintenance, Mr. Paz, P-A-Z, and they can come forward with some of those maintenance funds to help with cleanups in those areas.
Where are those funds coming from? From the railroad?
From railroad, yeah, from
Okay.
railroad funding. It used to be traditionally used for clearance of illegal dumping and weed control, but they've been over the last few years and throughout Southern California shifting to include for encampment cleanup.
Out of the 4,923 individuals that were contacted in the city of Santa Ana, 1,290 were arrested or cited. So we don't know if they were arrested. They could have just been cited and released. Basically, cited, told to leave the area.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 583 referrals to the shelter. Now, do we do a warm handoff to the shelter? Do we drive them there? Because when you say referrals, that's like a really big word, right? It's very gray. So to me, a referral is in my line here, or it's get in the van and let me drive you and drop you off and turn you over to the homeless shelter.
If they accept the shelter option, they are taking there personally, yes.
And all of their personal belongings.
That's correct.
Including their pet, which I really like.
If they have their
Thank
own car, sometimes they have their own car and they have other belongings with them. They can even park their car in the parking lot at the Carnegie shelter.
Okay. So under the permanent local housing allocation, you indicated there's $4.8 million. Is
That's
that
correct.
still what we have?
That we've gone through a lot of that. We spend a lot of the PLHA funds on the navigation center as well as some of the tenant improvement at the navigation center, the Carnegie shelter.
So how much of it did we spend on permanent housing for those that we took into the shelter?
We put most of that from HAP as well as from ESG and then ARPA. ARPA is also mainly outreach and coordination. So we use not only HUD funds that we get in our housing division for emergency and shelter and rapid rehousing, but the PLHA, the bulk of that, 95% of it goes towards tenant improvements and operations of the Carnegie shelters.
Tenant improvements
And
of the
operation.
Carnegie and operation of the Carnegie. So then it's not being used for permanent housing.
Yeah.
Is that a yeah or no?
Yeah, but that's where that operations goes towards the contract with Illumination Foundation, and they're providing all those services, the job seeking, credit recovery, AA, and substance abuse services on site, so.
Okay, so the Navigation Center currently, as of February 16th, there were 136 people in there,
Yes.
correct? And there's beds for how many?
Beds for 40
400.
families and and this is where
What is the
Terry,
total number?
Terry knows better than I.
I'm gonna ask all these questions when we do these presentations.
I know.
Up to
There are 200 beds and it's expandable to 300 if in fact we were to build out the second floor.
If we build out the second floor, we can go up to 300.
Correct.
And correct me, Terry, if I'm wrong, we do not take sex offenders. The county does, we do not.
The county does not take sex offenders
longer.
either, neither do we.
Okay.
The only shelter at this point in time that is taking sex offenders is the Salvation Army up in Anaheim. And in regards to the PLHA, when we did the initial 5-year annual plan, you go on 5-year increments. So for the first 5 years, we allocated 95% of that to the Navigation Center, 5% to admin. So we're utilizing those funds initially for the tenant improvements and then for the operation. After that 5-year period, we can switch it over to permanent housing if it's needed to purchase the shelter, whatever we want to do after that 5-year period.
So that's why, I would hope that the council would also be looking at permanent housing, right? Long-term permanent housing, wraparound services. Because we can have the Navigation Center and house 200 or 300 people all day long, but once they leave us for the 67, you said the average stay is 67 days. And then what happens, they're back out on the street or wherever they may go, right? Some get hospitalized, some may go to jail for a parole or probation violation, some may get arrested on a new law violation. We don't know. And so I know my concern, and I'm sure that the council's concerned as well, is that long-term housing. And I know, Mr. Garcia, when we met, we talked about that because there's so much paperwork to do to get, whether it's Section 8 housing or permanent housing. There's a list for the affordable housing programs we have. And so I know the governor had wanted a very specific plan before he released additional funding. And so I've been meeting with a lot of people and a lot of different electeds talking about the homeless problem in Santa Ana, because it is a problem. And so I guess, Christine, I would ask you, Madam City Manager, what is the plan long-term for housing? I mean, we have organizations, and I shared with Mr. Garcia, one that I met at a meeting where they had the funding, they just needed the location and a nonprofit to work with that addresses mental health issues for housing, and they're out there. I just don't know exactly, because I haven't been here long enough to know what you're doing and how we're doing it. And I read a lot of the things, but we have 15 families in this Navigation Center, and that alone is very disturbing. What type of education are we giving them? Is there daycare for them? Are they kept away from the adults? Are they safe? There's so many questions. And we have some people in there that are unstable in the center. So I do have one question before you answer, Madam City Manager, is what are the hours for our quality of life team officers? Not our CityNet team, but our officers. Somebody, I see there's an officer, are there a command, you want to come up?
So I believe, Mayor, and we can confirm it, but with the quality of life team, they have similar hours, but not quite as long as CityNet. But in regards to that, there are other officers available in the department that can handle some of those types of calls. They don't necessarily have to be a Colt assigned officer.
So then, let me see if I understand.
And you have police operations 24/7.
So are all officers trained and working?
All
officers. Councilman Becerra always has, this is a great question. We always talk about this, right? Are all of our officers trained in this area?
Not to the extent of the experience of those that are assigned to the COLT team, but all officers do take homeless calls. It's not just exclusive to the COLT team. So it's not as if the officers assigned to COLT aren't available, that you don't have any resources within the police department. You do.
So I'd like to know what hours the COLT team officers work.
Okay.
And that's why I think the chief deputy, I apologize if I give you the wrong title, was walking up, and maybe he can answer that question.
So, Assistant Chief.
Assistant Chief, thank you. I'm learning all the titles. Thank you for coming up.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. The COLT team works, they vary their hours. They're on a 4-10 work schedule. Usually they start anytime around 6 a.m., 7 a.m. and go 10 hours from that, but they flex their schedule a lot based on the needs of their workload.
So 4-10, so they're on 4 days for 10 hours, and then they're off 3.
Yes.
Okay. And so, but you don't know, it's like come 7, 8, 9, it just depends. In the morning, what time they come in?
It just depends on the necessity, and they're usually there whenever we call out and reach out to them.
So necessity is a great word, and I'll stop with my questions because I could be here for a long time. Because the necessity is there in this city every day, all day long. And I'm not asking them to work all day long. But that was the reason why I asked about training, right? Because are we training our other officers that are on patrol, or training officers that are working, whatever special team they're on, are they also trained so when they get that call, that they know what to do and how to do it correctly and legally, right? And I want to say thank you. Saturday night, I was out driving, and there was an encampment on Harbor at McFadden, and I called, and it was taken care of. There was quite a few people there in the corner, literally with their tents and blocking the sidewalk, so I thank you. I don't know if any of them went to a shelter. It would be good to know that for me, only because this is what I'm talking about, right? When we call, what happens to them? And then on Valentine's Day, my poor husband, I drove him up and down First Street 4 or 5 times. I wanted to make sure, and I saw officers clearing that area out. And so thank you for doing that as well. And I hope that we continue to do that. So the complaints and people will get help, and 2, people will feel safe in our community, because it is about the quality of life. But I thank you for the presentation, because I want to know, and I think the council, we want to know the numbers, and they're always fluid. We know that. They are always very, very fluid. But what is the housing issue? And I'm not asking you to go build some big apartment, some big affordable housing apartment. I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking is, we all know up here, what does that mean when I place you somewhere? So I place you in a room. I hope we're using funding for housing. Are we still working with the motels even though COVID is over? We place you somewhere. And we don't just leave you there, because if I have an episode or I don't take my medication correctly, my neighbor's going to be calling 911, or I'm going to be back on the street. So are we doing that? And if so, maybe we could talk about that at the next presentation. What type of services are we truly offering? Because we need those wraparound services, and we need them to fit for that one person, because every person has a different story and has a different need. And so that was part of the reason why I asked for this presentation for the community to understand. And I do thank the staff, and I thank you guys for what you're doing. And we have a long ways to go. And I'm hoping we can continue to reach out to federal and state for assistance. So I know City Manager, you wanted to say
Well,
something.
in response to your questions, and you're absolutely right. I mean, housing is the solution, and Santa has done tremendous work in that
Yes, we have.
area. We have a ways to go, as you mentioned, but as far as regional housing needs, we are one of only 16 jurisdictions out of over 500 in the state that meet our regional
Yep.
housing needs. We have built over 400 permanent permanent supportive housing units. I think we're closely approaching 500.
Yes.
So we do have an array, and it comes about in very different ways. There are developers out there that take those projects on and don't seek funding from the city. The majority of them do seek funding, and that is what Mike Garcia's shop does, is they'll do RFPs when they have available funding. We will help them with conduit financing. We will help them secure their tax credits to get all of those in the pipeline. But the navigation center itself, the navigation center is to find housing for the individuals. That is why we have a navigation center operating at our Carnegie shelter.
And that's what I want to see with the housing, right?
And
I'm
we
not
can
asking
bring-
to build more, we have gone above and beyond. I think when Councilman Becerra talked about the county, and we do need to meet with them. Now we have a new supervisor, we have Katrina Foley there as well, Doug Chafee, there's other people we could be meeting with. And we need to ask them for help to control this as well. It cannot just fall on us. And you've all been saying that up here for a long time. So now that I sit up here, I'm going to continue to say that. And I did meet with the supervisor. He offered assistance. I'm meeting with Supervisor Foley next week. I'm meeting with Supervisor Wagner. So making my rounds there as well to see how can we do this. We need to push back. That we can't just sit back and take it. We have to be able to push back. When they get released from the county jail, I know that's a big deal. Where do they go? They sit right here with us. So that should be a conversation that we have. What are we going to do about that? Let's push back. So I'll leave it at that. If there are no other comments, we'll go on. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing up Yale, as it's in Ward 1. And because it's in Ward 1, I've attended a number of meetings. I get a lot of emails. And I used to sit on the board of the Heritage Museum of Orange County. And so the museum is one of the locations most affected by Yale, because we have a lot of, I say we, like I'm not on the board anymore, the kind of the green area, right? The wildlife habitat that especially during lockdown, we had a lot of folks jumping over the fence, cutting to the fence, defecating, breaking things. And I just want to share, and I will forward this to staff, that in a meeting with PATH and the county regarding the Yale Navigation Center in December 2022, their presentation specifically states that they have a good neighbor policy, which does not allow for walk-ons and walk-offs. But our residents, all of us have seen that there are people walking on and off all the time, and that they have an intake process where it's based only on referrals. So what we do know is that they are not holding up their end of the bargain. They are not acting as good neighbors. And I also implore all of our residents, and I know many are, emailing the county, but also to go to the county supervisors meetings and demand that they also respond to us, because we do have a Santa Ana representative, our former mayor there now, and I look forward to working with him and making sure that he advocates for that, because it's related to the channel, it's related to Yale, and it's related to all of the activity here in the city. So I will forward that to staff, and then you can point to the parts where they're not actually following their own policy. Thank you.
Yeah, I get those emails every day, good neighbor policy. I'm very familiar with it. We all get them, right? And so, but we don't push back on the county. I haven't seen it in the 2 months and 5-6 days that I've been here, but who's counting, right? But we got to start pushing back. We have to have a discussion as a council on where are we going and how do we want to handle this, because our constituents here in Santa Ana, our quality of life is an issue that we need to address and make sure everybody has a good quality of life and that they're safe. So I'll leave you with this. In Councilman Becerra's ward, there's a family that every single night behind their house, there's 2 homeless people. And every night, it starts about 2:30, 3 in the morning, this person screams all night long. And they're not doing anything breaking the law, but they're back there behind the wall, yelling and screaming because they have some medical issues, mental health issues. And when they call the police, whether they come or not is not the issue. The issue is, again, quality of life. If somebody was behind your house screaming all night long, Mr. Garcia, you would find a way to move them out. So would I. So that's what I'm talking about. It's those kind of things, getting them off the street, getting them to a program. What are we using the funding for? It's very important that we're really transparent about what are we using the funding for. And these type of episodes where you have families that don't feel safe in their home, or they can't walk outside their home or go in their backyard without hearing or seeing all of these things are very concerning. So I look forward to all of us addressing this. Thank you. The next presentation, unless there's no other.
So we do have another, it's a briefer presentation, and it's on the Deemer Treatment Plant Tour Opportunity. And I'm going to ask Cesar Barrera to come up, our Water Resource Manager. He will be providing the presentation for you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Like to get in here and talk about a Deemer plant tour opportunity that we have coming up. Name is Cesar Barrera, Deputy Public Works Director, Water Resources Manager. A little bit about our water resources. We currently, here in the city of Santa Ana, we rely on two sources of water supply. Roughly 75% is groundwater, and 25% is imported water purchased from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, known as MWD. MWD brings Colorado River water from Lake Havasu through the 242-mile Colorado River Aqueduct. It also transports water from Northern California via the State Water Project's 444-mile California Aqueduct. Our water system, the water system serving our city and our residents. It involves a complicated system starting with our 20 groundwater wells, 10 reservoirs, 478 miles of water mains, 45,000 service connections, 2 pressure zones, 16 interconnections with neighboring water utilities, and critical, the 7 water connections with the Metropolitan Water District, of which where we get our imported water from.
The city of Santa Ana is known around the world for its award-winning water. But have you ever wondered where that great tasting water comes from? The majority of Santa Ana's supply is groundwater and comes from directly beneath us. Roughly 75% of the city's water is stored underground and pumped to the surface by 20 wells spread throughout Santa Ana. The remaining 25% of water consumed in the city is imported from outside the area. This water comes from Northern California via the State Water Project and from the Colorado River via the Colorado River Aqueduct. For more information about your award-winning water supply, visit us online at www.santa-ana.org.
Each year, Metropolitan Water District sponsors 3 tours for member agencies to participate on inspection trips to key water facilities throughout the state of California. One of them is the State Water Project, of which we did tour in late 2022. The other one is Colorado River Aqueduct, upcoming tour opportunities. And then also the Local Water Project, upcoming Deemer Plant Tour. Late 2022, we did take an inspection trip, and one of the main objections for this inspection tour is one of the goals is to educate our residents and encourage critical dialogue about the future of our state's water supply. And what we want to do is highlight one of the individuals, Adrian Gudino, who I consider a trifecta, recent Cal State University Fullerton graduate, go Titans, a Santa Ana resident, and currently works for full-time Public Works street maintenance as a senior office assistant. And we got a quote from him, and the trip, he said something like this: "The trip helped me learn about the Delta and how important water conservation is to the state of California. It amazes me how the recent rain events affect the Delta. It is very important that we have a reserve of water, especially during the drought. We should not take our natural resources for granted." Couple pictures from the tour. The Deemer Plant Tour. The Deemer Plant started operations in 1964, and it treats as much as 520 million gallons per day of Colorado River water. It is named for Robert B. Deemer, who built Metropolitan's initial distribution system starting in 1934, and who became general manager there later. The Deemer Plant serves areas of Orange County and coastal LA counties. The Deemer Plant Water Treatment Plant Tour, hosted by our own council member, Director Tai Fan, and it's on for March 24th, 2023. And we are submitting the following. Please submit, if you're interested in attending, please submit the following to the water tour at santa-ana.org. Email. A resume, a paragraph about yourself, a brief statement on why you should be selected, due February 26, 2023. It's in a couple of days, and we understand that, and we also have trying to get an opportunity to stretch that out a little bit longer. And also, there will be multiple applicants accepted. The applicants must be 18 years old, be enrolled in any major or vocational program, and be a Santa Ana resident. Transportations and meals will be provided. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and please submit your applications for the 2023 Deemer Tour opportunity to water tour at santa-ana.org.
Thank you for the presentation. It's nice to meet you in person. We've chatted through phone and emails, so Councilman Fan.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Caesar. He's so straight-laced today, but he's super excited about the tour. He's always the biggest hype man for water, maybe because our director, Nabil, is a hype man for water. I just want to share this information with our council, the public, staff. Please let our residents, your neighbors, your friends and family know about this opportunity. The Deemer Treatment Plant is the southernmost, closest treatment plant for the Colorado River. It's here in our backyard in Yorba Linda. And really, the goal is to ensure the public residents know about water and how important it is. And it's even more important for young people to know that this is, seriously, it is job security. There's going to be jobs in water. There are jobs in water today. And if folks don't know about it, don't know how important it is, how interesting it is, they're not going to go into this profession. So it's the goal is to make sure folks are able to learn about where our water comes from. And it's, transportation's provided. We're going to feed you multiple times a day and make sure you learn and see really cool infrastructure. So please submit this information. Last time we went, there was a group of about 40, 45 people. And I can tell you the Santa Ana delegation was by far the youngest, probably in the history of their tours. We were the most diverse, and it was very important that young Latinos, Asian Americans from Santa Ana learn about how we can succeed in water because our residents have to fight for it. And I do want to make another plug because right now we're hearing conversations about the drought and what communities get water, which communities have access to water and good water, drinking water. And Our water team is fighting for that, helping to negotiate and keeping our rates down. And so if we don't have folks from our community at the table when these conversations are being had, we're not going to be able to advocate for ourselves. And so please tell all your friends and neighbors, and it's going to be a fun time. All right, thank you.
No other speakers. So I sit on the water board, as you know, Caesar, with you. And so it's a great experience. And I actually went on a tour many years ago with Michelle Martinez. We went to the one in Hoover Dam and for 3-4 days. And it was a great experience, and I learned quite a bit. And I enjoy being on the water board, and I've learned a lot in a short time. And so that is employment for the future. I agree with you. And so thank you for sharing that with us today. So we'll go on to the next presentation.
So I believe now we are back to the business calendar, item 23.
And City Manager, we have this. Is this just for the work study? This is the environmental.
That's your last item on the
Our
agenda
last
is a
item.
work
Okay,
study.
got it.
Yes.
All right, let's go to, we're going to go to the business calendar at this point.
Are you ready? Okay. So, Honorable Mayor and Council, for this item, we do have a presentation. And the first part of the presentation is going to be given by your Executive Director of Finance, Catherine Downs. And then the second part of the presentation, we wanted to give you a summary update of all of the Revive programs. I know that there are several council members on the dais that have seen the Revive programs and the objectives that we set out, but there are some other new members that maybe have not seen that. So I thought it would be also a good time to reintroduce the Revive program and those federal dollars and what they are doing for our city. But we're going to start with the finance director and the budget numbers. So I will turn it over to Executive Director Downs.
Before you start, can Councilmember Phil?
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies because I know Madam City Attorney had mentioned my recusal from item 17, but this is a really big item. But there is one item relating to 3rd and Broadway involving Caribou Industries, which is a client of my employer. Therefore, for discussions relating to 3rd and Broadway, I will have to recuse myself and exit the room. Otherwise, I am able to participate in the rest of the discussion.
So we'll exclude discussing that one item and get through the whole presentation so that you can be present. Is that what you would like?
Yeah, or you can start with that and I'll come back.
We could start with that and then she could come back in.
Yeah, so I think in order to do this, it's called segmenting, and so we would have to pull just that item out. You would give the council a brief, staff report information on that one item while council member is off the dais. Once the council takes action on that, then we could go back and address the council at its normal.
I'll make a motion to segment that item.
I'll second.
All those in favor, let's take a vote. And then you can step out. Yeah.
Can we get clarification on what item it is? I'm sorry.
They're just segmenting the discussion of 3rd and Broadway, which is a component of the entire project or staff report. So they just voted to segment it out. Council member will now leave the dais and they can discuss that item. When that item's concluded, then the council member can return and they can go and act on the item as they intend.
Thank you. Can we do a roll call vote?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
I'm so sorry, I just sat on my seat. What's the motion?
To segment the discussion for the 3rd and Broadway regarding the mid-year budget update?
To continue it?
Just
no, we're
segment it.
separating it because Councilman Fan needs to recuse
that's
herself.
correct. Yes, I'm fine with that.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes. Let's move on now. She can recuse herself.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you.
Okay, so the one item that is before you is actually an appropriation adjustment, which is necessary to comply with the 3rd and Broadway Property Development Agreement that the city has in place with Caribou Industry. It's a private-public partnership, and it obligates the our partner, Caribou Industry, to do a lot of public improvements surrounding his project on 3rd and Broadway, and he's entitled to receive reimbursement up to $13 million. We've discussed this item before, and this was, we presented our recommendation also before the council that we believe we should do general fund dollars to meet that obligation. And he has now started the process, and he recently is working on the contractual requirements to start receiving reimbursement of that $13 million. So staff is recommending that we take the one-time monies that's available from the general fund and we appropriate that to fulfill this obligation of up to $13 million.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from any of the council?
Madam Mayor, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you for that brief summary, Madam City Manager. I think just for transparency purposes, I think it's important that we kind of add a little bit more to the conversation just for background information, given the fact that we have a couple new members on here. As best as we can, I know it's not ideal, but it would be great if we did, because the staff report also that I read, and along with this presentation, doesn't really talk about the fact that we're not giving somebody money where it's more of a loan that will be repaid back, from my understanding. So I think if we could talk about that and just really explain it so that the public understands as well.
Okay, certainly, sir.
It's just kind of a history.
So the corner of 3rd and Broadway is a public parking structure. It's a rather aged structure that if you've driven through it, you know that it's a little bit dippy and you're driving on the wrong side of the road when you wind through it. And it is an ideal opportunity for a development. So years ago, the city did an RFP process to see if a developer would be interested in transforming that piece of property. It took several years to actually get a development agreement in place, but one was reached with Caribou Industries to take that property, to tear down the public parking structure, and to construct a brand new development, replacing 211 public parking spaces, and then building on top of it residential as well as a hotel component with some street retail. The one thing that it does do is it opens back up the downtown area. If you've driven down there, you know that it's a roadblock, and the current parking structure blocks off one of the main roads that goes through there. Sycamore, thank you. And so it opens that back up. So as part of the development, the developer is doing multiple public improvements to the property, such as opening up the street, such as doing the sidewalks, such as doing the demo of the actual existing parking structure, and then replacing the 211 public parking spots for us, along with accommodating all of the parking needs of the development on the property. For part of that, he's to do all of the work, and on the public portions of it, he submits for reimbursement, and our contract requires us to reimburse him for that work up to $13 million, and then once the parking structure is operational, and I think Executive Down might have more information on it, but he is obligated to make repayment to the city for the amount that we reimburse him.
Is that good?
With interest.
Okay, so the Caribou Industries would repay to the city of Santa Ana the $13 million from once that parking is built back up. And so from my understanding, it's not only an apartment building with retail along the street, but also a hotel, correct, that will bring in potential obvious TOT tax. Is that?
I'm asking the Executive Director of Community Development to confirm the proposed development.
Mr. Garcia.
There are timelines within the agreement that must be met, in particular a 90-day timeline. That being said, the parking garage is going to stay there for quite some time until they are ready to begin. There's a lot of utility coordination in the alleyway between the third and Broadway parking garage and then the old historic buildings like the Spurgeon building that front on 4th Street. So there could be an extended time frame, but within another 60 days, they're going to come in and work with Jason Quat from building to begin pulling permits for some of the excavation work that they need to do and begin working with the utilities. The utilities are going to take a while. Southern California Edison probably will not be able to get to this work until October of this year. In a best case scenario is what they've told Caribou. So
Mike, do you have any more details on the actual development, the number of units? And what
well, it really will depend on what type of hotel operator would want to come in. I can get you some more details on what was originally proposed and what we're hearing right now, because we continue to market the site to hotel developers like Ayers Hotel, and there's others that are interested. So it is kind of a fluctuating development envelope that might end up coming through. The project details will really depend on the partners they work with for housing as well as for the hotel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. I guess my question, when it was proposed to the city council a couple years ago, one of the big selling points was the eventual construction of a hotel that will bring in, that would have hundreds of rooms, that would bring in TOT revenue, which is, we don't have much of in Santa Ana, to our city coffers, which is a huge plus, as well as a reimbursement of the parking, the $13 million loan that we're essentially giving. I think for when you're asking for an appropriation of $13 million, it's important that we have this information readily available. So if we could find it in the next 15 minutes, I would appreciate it. But those are my questions, Madam City Manager. Just, it was more for my colleagues that are newer so that they could understand the history and why we're here and how we got here and what how it's not, because the way, just reading the staff report from somebody that isn't aware of the history, I would say, oh, well, we are just giving $13 million general fund dollars, but we are expecting that money to be repaid with interest. So I want to make sure that that's clear to the public.
I understand, sir, and we do have the development agreement pulled up, so if there is specifics that you would like, we can certainly share that. It has been an item that has been discussed with this council a couple of different times. It is a contractual obligation of the city that was entered into, I know, by the previous council. Not all of you were on it when they did make that commitment. So I'll turn it over to Downs to read to you what was the original proposed development.
Before you answer those questions, I have two council members that want to speak, so maybe they have similar questions or questions. Councilman Vasquez.
Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza, for that. And I'm really worried about, like, we've been discussing it, but now we're voting on $13 million, and I really want to bring it all together in one time and have it in front of me to really understand what we're doing. I appreciate the dialogue that we've been having. You guys are amazing in presenting, but I would prefer that we can revisit and table this for the next meeting so we can get a better grasp of the history and understanding of it. Is there a timeline we have to meet, or is that actually okay?
Well, he hasn't submitted anything for reimbursement yet, so we don't have anything pending. You do have a contractual obligation, though, for this. And what we had discussed with this council before was, and when we proposed our one-time monies that we had recommended utilizing those for this contractual obligation, because the other option would be for us to go out and do financing. And right now, the environment is not good to do financing. So you will eventually move into a time crunch where you're going to have to make a decision. And if you choose not to appropriate these dollars and instead want us to seek the financing, it's going to be pretty hard on the finance department to make that happen in a relatively short period of time.
What I'm asking is, the next meeting, would that be a crunch, or?
No, we could certainly do that, since there isn't anything.
So you're asking to wait to get more information?
For one more week, yeah.
Okay, so let me go. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. This was an item that I received upon my election to this council as well. Decision that was made by my predecessors, but this is a conversation that I know two of my colleagues are new to, with respects to the transparency and the conversation that we're having here today. I am in favor of us tabling this conversation, Director Downs, and coming back at a meeting in the month of March to give my newer colleagues ample time to meet with city staff, and also to ask all of those detailed questions, like the hotel provider. All of that stuff is very important. I'm sure we have new colleagues here who want to learn about the deadlines. I know for me as an elected official where this project is taking place, it's part of my district. I know something that I'm going to look to advocate for is very hard deadlines. Pending, this is something that we get approved. I still would like to meet with our staff before I come to a vote tonight. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
So Councilor Vasquez, are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion to table it for the next meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Second the motion?
Madam Mayor, I have a
Yeah,
question
go
on
ahead.
that. So, and I appreciate my colleagues' willingness to dive into this item and really get a handle on it, but unless I missed something, it's a singular item, it's a contractual obligation. So unless we're just gonna somehow unravel the whole thing, I don't know the necessity to table it. This is something that I feel we're obligated to do, but correct me if I'm wrong, is there another path that we could take on this other than to meet our contractual obligation?
No, sir, you're correct. It would be just to provide additional information, but it's not reopening up a development agreement or changing any of the agreed upon provisions in it. It is a legal contractual obligation of the city.
So I would like to offer up a sub-motion. Why don't we just go ahead and move the item, and then we can have staff come back to us and provide us a receive and file item so that all of us have the same background information and next steps on this particular project. So that's my sub-motion.
Well, I think that's what Councilman Vasquez was asking for. He wants additional information.
No, but he wants to table this portion of it, the 13 million. Is that correct? So he does not want to fulfill our contractual obligation for at least another meeting. I'm saying since it is a contractual obligation and we're most likely going to arrive at the same place anyways, but the only thing that's being asked of in addition to the contractual obligation is just to simply have background information provided to the council.
That's your sub-motion?
Correct.
So
I'll second the sub-motion.
Second sub-motion. Can you pull up the contract, please?
Yes, I have it up right now.
You do have it?
Oh, yes.
Could you pull it up so if Councilman Vasquez has a question regarding the contract, he can ask if there's something, so if there's a first and a second, we're gonna vote right now. If we vote on it, so if she has the contract if you have questions tonight. So why don't we vote and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay. All right.
So vote on the sub-motion?
Yeah, we're gonna vote on your sub-motion. Okay, prepare to vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3 with Councilmember Fan recused.
Let's go to the next item.
Okay, so we can call Councilmember Fan back in and.
I'm sorry, I had comments.
There was another motion on the
Yeah.
floor?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So then let's go for the motion that,
Well, can I share my comments first?
sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do think it's a little unfair to frame this conversation as council members not wanting to meet a contractual obligation that only two members of this council, with Councilmember Becerra and Peñalosa, voted on originally. This is $13 million, from.
I didn't, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think you voted no.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's, $13 million. This is not a small project. And I think it's more than fair to give the mayor and Councilmember Vasquez a briefing. And I don't know if staff met with both of those council members on this massive contract. Did the staff meet with you, Mayor Amezcua? Did staff
I'm
meet
sorry, I met with the city manager.
Okay, so I think what is simply being asked is that the council members be briefed on this, which I think is more than fair. And again, I didn't support the sub. I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? All right, let's vote again. So you made a motion. Is there a second to Ms. Councilman Vaz's motion? Your second?
I have
Okay.
Councilmember Hernandez a second.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, you seconded? Okay, perfect. All right, let's vote again.
Councilmember Becerra.
Nope.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
No.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Mescua.
No.
Motion fails 3-3 with council members Becerra, Peñalosa, and Mayor Mescua dissenting, and Councilmember Fan recused.
I didn't dissent, I said no. So I was a no. Oh, I'm sorry, because Peñalosa and Councilmember Becerra were all no's, and 3 yeses, 3 no's. Got it, okay.
That's correct.
All right, next item, please.
So there's
You
no
wanna-
action.
Can you let her back
Yeah,
in?
no action being taken on that one. So we'll go back to the entirety of the rest of the staff report, and we do have a brief presentation, and we're going to start with the budget dollar amounts, and then I will
City
cover-
Manager, I want to just clarify something, is I don't want the council to think that, I'm voting because I'm voting. I want to be really clear because I like to be very honest about my vote here. I had asked for the same thing previously at a meeting for additional information before we voted on it. And I was told no. So then I met with you and you gave me all the necessary information. So that is why I voted on this item, is because I did meet with you for quite some time and we talked about this at length. So I just want to be clear on that. So thank you.
And for clarification as well, we will make ourselves available. We don't always know what item you want to have a lot more detailed information on, but part of the transparency with the publication of the agendas 7 days in advance of the meeting, that's a perfect opportunity if there's an item you want to delve deeper into, or doing your agenda reviews. We do one-on-one agenda reviews with each of you, and if there's an item on the agenda that you want to get more information about, that's the opportune time to ask us, and we will make ourselves available. And if I can't answer the questions in the agenda review, we will pull in the appropriate staff to do so.
And I appreciate that because I know during this holiday weekend, I was told to speak to, I don't want to say Kat, I think you call her Kat. And, to give me more information, Assistant City Manager Steven Mendoza said, we'll meet you at a restaurant, we'll meet you anywhere. So Councilman Vasquez, they'll go to your school and meet with you for agenda review. So, you guys are very flexible, so I do appreciate it. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want to really quickly make a comment. Kudos to our Executive Director of Finance, Catherine. A lot of times she provides unsolicited information, but I appreciate it. Even
You
though
can send it to me, please.
You don't hear from me. Maybe I didn't reply as a thank you, but I went through it. I know during my agenda review, I know that Steven Mendoza saw my little antennas, kind of my eyes perk up a little bit. With one of the items in question pertaining to our revenue sources, and he asked, do you want more information? I was like, no, it's fine, I get it. And then Catherine, a day later, I had all the report from her and email explaining what I was questioning. So I appreciate it, Catherine, for being on top of it and being always on your A game. Thank you.
All right, let's go on. We'll let Councilman Khan back in, please.
So we do have a brief. We will start the brief presentation, and I'll turn it over to Executive Director of Finance.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for receiving our report tonight. We do provide quarterly budget updates to the City Council, so this is one of them. We call it the mid-year, but you could also think of it as your second quarter update. There we go. Okay, so tonight we have 3 recommendations for your consideration. First is to receive and file the updates for both the budget and the revised spending plan. And 2 is to approve appropriation adjustments for additional spending authority. And then 3rd is to adopt 2 resolutions to update the employee classifications and budgeted staffing level. This is a general fund summary that shows your beginning position and your revenue estimates, the appropriated spending, your estimated ending fund balance, shows the calculation of the reserve at 18%, that would be your policy reserve, and then your remaining estimated spendable balance. So if we look at the left-hand side of this chart, you'll notice that we start with where we left off at your last quarterly budget update on November 15th. So at that point in time, we estimated that you may have just under $20 million of estimated spendable fund balance, and I would define that as, available for one-time spending, and that your 18% reserve is in place at more than $70 million. We do have some proposed mid-year adjustments, which I'll cover the highlights of, and then we have the last column, and this is the updated budget estimate at mid-year, which shows that we still preserve that 18% reserve level at nearly $72 million, and you would have an estimated spendable fund balance of approximately $8.6 million. Now, of course, this won't be the case because you did not take action on the last item that you discussed that was separated out. So that estimated spendable fund balance would increase to approximately $21.5 million. So our revenue highlights, for the most part, we have 3 major revenue updates for the general fund. We're expecting utility users tax to be approximately $3 million more than the budget, and this is due to both natural gas prices, which we're all aware of if you've received a natural gas bill. I know mine doubled, and higher electricity usage. The next is we have building plan check revenue that's increased dramatically due to some large developments, as well as an increase in the number of permits being processed. So we do have a corresponding request to add counter staff and improve service for the increased demand. And then the last of these 3 major revenue adjustments is our interest rates are rising, and we've earned a significant amount of interest on our federal ARPA funding, and that interest qualifies as general fund money. So between the rising interest rates on our existing investments plus the interest earned on that ARPA money, we have a $2.2 million change in our estimate for interest earnings. With the 3rd quarter report in May, we expect to have enough data to report how recent tax rate changes may have affected our cannabis tax and business tax revenues. But at this time, because this is a report as of December 31st, we do not have the applicable data yet to be able to figure out how our revenues were affected there. Our expenditure highlights for the general fund, we did recommend $17.4 million of budget increases, primarily for 3 items. You did not take action on the first item, and so we continue to recommend $2.5 million of street maintenance moving to the general fund. This is due to the decrease of gas tax revenue. Gas tax revenue is a cents per gallon tax. So when usage goes down, so does our revenue. Doesn't matter what happens to the price of a gallon of gas, our revenue will go down. So we're recommending that the general fund pick up $2.5 million of street maintenance so that we can maintain current service levels, even though we've seen that decrease in revenue in the gas tax fund. And then we're requesting $1.3 million to take advantage of on-site contractors for the zoo improvements. This would address lighting deficiencies and make additional progress on the master plan. We do have some full-time staffing requests. For the most part, there's no current year fiscal impact. Of course, the exception is the permit counter staff, but that's in correlation to the increased activity and revenue that we're seeing. So the police department has an authorized position that we recommend removing from the hiring freeze to address the backlog of investigations. Both the library and the Parks and Recreation departments have made requests at mid-year staffing requests so that they can gear up for summer programs in advance of your upcoming budget discussion for next fiscal year's budget. Okay, and then we talked about the permit counter activity, and then finally, Public Works would like to make some staffing shifts that have no impact on the general fund. There is a future annual fiscal impact, which I have listed both here and in the staff report. And then this is the last slide of the budget update. This is our vacancy report, full-time staffing. So we have 1,360 funded positions. As of December 31st, we had 200 staff vacancies, with 121 of those in the general fund. This is an overall vacancy rate of approximately 15%. So at this time, City Manager Ridge will continue the presentation with the revised spending plan update.
Okay, so thank you, Director Downs. So we wanted to talk about a presentation on the Revive Santa Ana efforts. I know you are familiar with a lot of the efforts that we're doing because they come back to you for individual approval, whether it's a contract that we're doing as part of the program. So this is an overall summary of all of the different things we have programmed with those dollars. And so it was early 2021 that we found out we were awarded $128 million under the American Rescue Plan Acts, or ARPA, and that's the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery. The funds have very strict guidelines that are administered by the U.S. Department of Treasury. At the time that they first gave us the funds, they didn't have the guidelines done yet, so that made it a little bit hard for us to immediately deploy those funds. Since that time, they have tweaked them and refined them, and we work very hard at ensuring compliance with them. The timeline for the spending of this fund requires them to be obligated by December 2024 and completely spent by December 2026. The City Council early on did approve a spending plan, and that plan was based on 5 broad categories. Each of those categories are eligible under the spending guidelines. The 5 categories, along with the allocated amounts, are listed on this slide, and they include city fiscal health, critical infrastructure, direct assistance programs, public health and safety, and recovery from the pandemic. So I'm going to go through each one of those pillars, starting with probably the more boring one, which is the city fiscal health. And this has an allocation of $16.2 million. It is needed to allow the resources that we need to ensure that we are efficient and expeditious in the execution of those relief funds, and also in compliance with the federal guidelines. It includes funding for human resources staff to hire staff to run the Revive programs, staff time to manage the Revive projects, and make the necessary reports to the federal government, as well as legal assistance from our own attorney's office, and for any third-party consultants that we need to contract with to make sure that we are doing all of the Treasury Department guidelines correctly. And then finally, under this category, we did have the opportunity to recoup losses that the city suffered in its funds from the results of the pandemic. The second item is category, which is our largest. It is critical infrastructure. And this category ensures maintenance and preservation and improvement of city facilities and roadways to provide safe, accessible public spaces, that better serve our residents and visitors. So the projects under this bucket do include parking structure safety and beautification. This was where we did hire additional security for parking structures. Community center renovations. We have Salgado, Santa Anita, Chepis, and Memorial Parks all on the list. Did I say Chepis wrong? Is that what you're...
I was excited for Santa Anita.
Oh, okay. Yes, Santa Anita and Salgado were the first ones, and the later additions to funding is Chepis and Memorial Park that we have, and those are community center renovations. This bucket also contains the large portion of the library improvements, and that includes the major transformation of the Central Library, which is a large chunk of that funding. It includes a new branch at the Delhi, and it also is the first ever outdoor library at Jerome Park. Those are all being funded within this category. Several pedestrian and mobility improvements to enhance pedestrian traffic safety and promote walkability are being done. That's being done in different phases. And then neighborhood safety features such as additional street lighting, safe routes to school. You just recently approved the Davis Safe Routes to School. It does have funding for IT upgrades to just make our government services more accessible to the public. And then funding has been made available for various traffic calming measures. And then this is also the funding that went into a lot of the storm drain gates that we've done and the channel fencing that's adjacent to our stormwater areas, which we're responsible for. The third category was in direct assistance programs. This is $17.7 million. And starting with our food distributions, to date we have served over 100,000 residents. They have participated in our food distribution events. As of today, there are 5 different programs that are up and running in our city. The Delhi Center has a food pantry that's open 6 days a week. Latino Health Access provides food on Fridays from walk-in from 12 to 1 and drive-in from 2 to 4. United Across Borders has Monday and Thursday evenings for food distributions. And the Santa Ana Elks Lodge provides hot meals for seniors on Monday. And the Madison Park Neighborhood Association is providing $300 grocery gift cards to eligible households that meet the targeted low-income region. Starting in March, and you just approved this recently at a council meeting as well, a next round will go to the SEVA Collective and to continue to fund the Delhi Center. Hot meals for seniors on Monday, and the Madison Park Neighborhood Association is providing $300.
All righty. Everybody awake now? Let's keep going.
There's another Christine in the room. Business and nonprofit and artist programs are part of this bucket, and we have given out money to various businesses, nonprofits. We also have an artist program. We allocated $725,000 to fund artists and arts organization to add public art and public art programming throughout qualified census tracts. And those are, we've already spent with the first $325,000 of that. We have 22 artists and arts organizations that will be paid to install public art and implement public art programming. 3 murals have already been completed so far, and the other arts programming has been started and will be completed by the end of the year. This is the category where we early on did the resident direct assistance, and that was knocking on 20,000 doors and handing out $300 gift cards. And then we did have efforts taken early on to also ensure the residents remained housed during the pandemic. We added, at the request of council, youth violence prevention programs. Some have already been rolled out and continue. There's been $2.5 million allocated to youth violence prevention programs, and mainly those funds are allocated to partner nonprofits to carry out programming. For an example, 1,000 youth just in the last half of fiscal year, or not fiscal year, calendar year 2022, we had 1,000 youth participate in a youth violence and prevention program. And early childhood support, Head Start, and day care programs. We're starting to work on those. We have just one of them up and running. The increase in after school and youth sports. And then the other area that is set to be programmed is sexual assault intervention and reentry programs. The fourth category is public health and safety, and this focuses on public health and safety to ensure that there is healthy space, activities, and a safe environment for our residents. So $10 million of this $32 million was set aside and committed to add park space in our city. And we have more than a dozen parcels that are in the process of being purchased or already purchased to create new parks. Those future parks that are funded by this money include the 10th and Flower, First and Mountain View, and then acquisitions along Warner and Bristol. This is the category where we were able to increase and add on the rapid response homeless services. And then one that was very popular with all of our residents was upgrading park restrooms. Oh, except for you. So The ones that are planned are Heritage, Riverview, Angels, Campesino, Madison, and Windsor are all getting new restrooms. The restrooms at Campesino and Madison have already been completed. And the Madison's ones will be open very soon. The Campesino are already open. It is a really creative way. I give kudos to the Public Works Department. They're prefabricated restrooms, and they're basically trucked in, and a crane assembles them together. So
I'd like to request one at Morrison Park, please. Hawk, Nabil, somebody.
And another really important project for the city that's included in this category is the First Street Pedestrian Safety Project. This is an area that our Public Works Director has wanted to address for a significant period of time. This is the stretch of First Street that goes is under the railroad crossing, where the sidewalk is in horrific shape and very, very narrow. And this is a project that's going to stabilize the slope, add hardscape, new fencing. It will improve the aesthetics on a major thoroughfare in our city, but more importantly, it's going to improve pedestrian safety under that crossing. And then this is also the category where the property compliance and assistance programs that have been rolled out by code enforcement, it's to add more resources for code enforcement, and then to create the assistant program where businesses can receive assistance to help improve their commercial storefronts and their facade improvements. We also have the healthy food access, and this is one, the concept was for us to have a healthy farmers market in our city, but one that also has educational efforts in it for nutrition and food preparation. And we had reached out to the county and asked him if we could use the defunct bus terminal, which is just across the street from here in the center. And I did hear back from the CEO a little while ago. They're going to do an RFP to ultimately develop that property, but he is willing in the meantime to give us like a $1 lease on it for as long as we can use it. So we'll be able to probably kick that off in April.
I would just ask, as the RFP is going, that we keep a very close eye of what they're planning to put there. Again, it's Santa Ana, we're the county seat. Who knows what they're thinking about putting there unless they share it with you, but we as a council need to know what is going in there. So either we say, yay, great, or we push back because we don't know what the county is. Unless you know, we don't know what the county is putting in there.
We certainly can track that process very closely for
Thank
you. Security cameras in the parks. This is the funding for that, which will greatly enhance the security. Gun buyback event. We did one this past July, and we did receive 542 surrendered guns. A favorite of a lot of the residents here is healthy activities. We brought back the 5K run, and then also, as you all know, the Winter Village that was funded from this category. The final category is deemed just titled Recovery from the Pandemic, and it really supports equitable distribution of vital public health information and resources to reduce the spread of COVID. Efforts in this area include expanding our communication methods. So the biggest part of this expansion of critical communication methods is the addition of digital signs at 7 locations throughout the city. So one of the lessons that we learned early on in COVID is that we needed to have more means of communicating with our residents. And as you know, we do have some large digital billboards, but we have very limited access to those. So what we thought would be a fabulous idea is to have digital signs, whether they're at a park or a community center out throughout the neighborhoods, that it would allow us to have a digital board that we can program the messaging and help spread the word of any of your important initiatives or other just important information for the community. The first one that's really being done is the digital sign outside of Eddie West Field, and that will have a high-resolution screen. And then we are working on identifying the key locations for the 7 others, but that will be a great tool that will help our communication. And sanitation and prevention programs that were very critical early on, and that was to reduce the spread. We did a lot of increased disinfection of high traffic areas, as part of this program. Emergency preparedness, that was just to help us be better prepared in the future if, heaven forbid, we had any other similar circumstances. Mental health recovery target programs, this is one we're still hoping to roll out. We do believe that the mental health has been impacted and it's starting to show up now more than ever with the pandemic. Mentioned before, sanitization of bus shelters. And then the final two are completed, and that included the funding of OCFA COVID-19 related calls. We were able to use some of the revived dollars to pay for that. And then we did allocate dollars where we conducted a study of the feasibility of us having our own public health department. And those are, I know it's pretty high summary level. If there is any categories that you want us to provide you with more information on, or certainly staff will make ourselves available if one of those you are interested in learning a lot more details on. And that concludes the presentation.
All righty. I know we have questions. So if you want to speak, let me know. I can start on this end. This end, Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So, Madam City Manager, thank you for a fantastic presentation. Really excited about all of the things that you shared today. In looking at the fiscal year 2022-23 mid-year budget update, I saw that we had an item for waste hauler. There was an item that I saw in the staff report under the name of the document is City of Santa Ana Finance and Management Services, item 23, mid-year budget update. When you are looking at, I'll tell you the exact page.
Got it.
Okay, so it reads general fund expenditures, and the item that I am particularly interested in addressing is the waste hauler donation. Republic Services provides a donation of $183,000 to the city to support community events and charitable programs. So if you can give us an understanding as to what this item will be funding, Madam City Manager, I see that there is a request to have an appropriation to allocate $25,000 to the library and $48,000 to Parks and Rec, and then $25,000 to non-departmental section of the budget for the City Manager's office. Could you tell us a little bit about this item?
Certainly, sir. So as part of the new agreement with Republic Industries, one of the provisions in there did require Republic Services to provide a donation amount for supporting community events and charitable programs for the city. We took a look at the amount, and staff sat down and thought of the different departments that could use that money because they pay for those types of events and programs. So we made the allocation to do $25,000 to the library to keep up a lot of the Director Sternberg's programs in that area. Of course, your Parks and Rec as very heavily programming in community events, $48,500 to Parks and Recreation, and then $25,000 we wanted to place in the city manager's office in the non-departmental section. So as the need arrives, we would have that money for those types, because as you know, those requests come up outside of the budget process quite frequently. And then the rest is for the Public Works Administration Fund, who has to put on a number of community events in efforts to educate on the different recycling and programs that we need to have in place for our residents.
Wonderful. Thank you for that clarification, Madam City Manager. When this item was brought before us as the trash contract was being discussed, under section 4.510 of the Republic Services and City of Santa Ana agreement, there is language, and that language reads, at no cost to the city or its ratepayers, contractor shall provide up to $200,000 per rate year as monetary contributions to support community events and charitable institutions located within the city. Contractor shall collaborate with the city to determine which events and institutions will receive the annual contributions. So that language is very clear, Madam City Manager. I like the language as it stands because it gives the community and it gives nonprofits that otherwise would not have had this opportunity to apply to an additional $200,000 where the funds are paid directly to them instead of on a reimbursement basis. This provides additional services to nonprofit organizations in the community that truly do need them. I want to thank our library and our Parks and Rec department for all of the tremendous work that they do, but I think that in the spirit of community and what we were trying to create is a relationship with this trash hauler, a relationship with government, community, nonprofit, and then of course intersecting that with service. I think that having the city be in charge of these funds takes away the community event component that we were all striving to accomplish. So I am not supportive of seeing those monies be moved over. I think if there is a ability for us to have a better working relationship with Republic, maybe it's defining where those priorities exist, and us doing that as a council. I know that that would be something that probably can help us shape, a relationship with Republic and the community. That is certainly a relationship that needs mending, so I think this is certainly going to help. Area number 2, where I wanted to talk about the mid-year spending plan, I see that we have the prayer breakfast. I didn't see that included on your presentation today, but I see that included as a line item. I am supportive of the prayer breakfast and the Pride Festival. The Pride Festival takes place here in Orange County. Center of Orange County is Santa Ana. I am supportive of seeing the prayer breakfast and the Pride event. I would like to see the dollar amounts of the $20,000 that is going to the prayer breakfast. I'm supportive of that. I'm supportive of the $30,000 to the Orange County Pride Festival. And in the spirit of equity and ensuring that we're supporting our events across the board, I know that there are other events that we can strengthen with additional dollars. I think having the prayer breakfast, it allows us to work with all of our churches, all of the different religious groups that we have in our community. That needs to be intersectional. Number 2, I am supportive of the Pride Festival, supportive of us funding that. I would like to see us increase funding for the other festivals that we have in our city as well. One festival that was well attended was the Mid-Autumn Festival. So I would like to see $20,000 go there as well.
So, sir, this is a mid-year update, and that would fall into the next fiscal year. So certainly when we build the next year's budget, that would be a great opportunity to have those conversations to adjust the event ones.
Okay, so with the annual prayer breakfast that is here, this is a request for us to appropriate funds that were not in place here.
Correct.
So for us to add additional events to fund to this mid-year budget, would this not be the appropriate place for us to do that?
Well, you mentioned an event that doesn't happen within this fiscal year. This is appropriations that are relevant to the current fiscal year, and the proposed prayer breakfast falls within the current fiscal year.
Very good point. Well, in that case, I would like to see appropriations in an increase to the Juneteenth event in the amount of $20,000, the same amount that we have for the prayer breakfast. And then that would be the only event that would fall within the mid-year, would be the Juneteenth Festival. Thank you, Madam City Manager. And in addition to that, that is going to conclude my first round of comments right now. Tentatively, there's a lot of things I still would like to go over with our city staff. I am not fully committed to voting today on this item, but this is preliminarily my first round of comments. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
So before I call on another council member, I just want to remind everybody on the dais, we will be going back into closed session after this meeting. So yeah, it may be an item that we don't approve tonight, so I'm okay with that too, just so we can get all of our questions asked, because I have questions too, being that I am new here. So Councilman Becerra, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for putting this together. I think for what we hear as far as folks that are trying to build in town, whether it's an average resident or otherwise, having the additional plan checkers is something that has been direly in need, so I'm glad to see that we're doing that. Could somebody explain, I see Brian Sternberg's here, but could I understand more about the whole library personnel moves where we're adding and subtracting? Just clarification, just so we understand it's a net gain, right, net loss, but could Brian come up and
Certainly. Do you want to?
provide a little background on that?
Director Sternberg? It does have future fiscal year impact, but it's a net for the year.
Hi, good evening, Council.
Yeah, so my question was, could you elaborate on the personnel shifts regarding the library? So I see
Yeah.
that we're adding one, but removing one, but I would just like you to share with the council and the public.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. So what we're doing is we added a graphic designer to help the library with its social media, its website, all the promotions that we do. All of our events, promoting those, creating flyers, posters. And what we did is we deleted a library technician position to help balance that out. And then in the other instance, we removed a management analyst and we added a senior management analyst. So there's a little bit of a increase between those two positions that we added and those two that gain. And that's where the future funding, I believe 37,000, that's where that comes from.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Easy? Okay.
Perfect. Appreciate
Thank
that. I also see in the staff report that PD wants to remove one of the forensic specialist positions from the hiring freeze. And I support that as well, especially with the backlog of investigations that we have there. For fiscal year 2022 to 2023, the council approved funding for 8 additional non-overtime full-time police officers. My question for staff is, what is the status of filling those 8 additional positions?
So as you requested, they've been added, so the count for police officers has gone up. So I believe right now the total sworn is 400 and staffed is 384 the last time that I looked. So there's 16 vacancies. What we haven't done with the request, although we've increased the authorized count, we haven't allocated the funding.
Well, I'm sorry, let me interject you because I'm going to get you some information here. So I met with the police department today for several hours. So let me get you Assistant Chief Rodriguez. I think the numbers were a little different today, so if you can clarify, thank you for City Manager for that information. But what I was told today is, today when we met, we have 353 officers as of today, correct?
That is correct.
And so we're funded for 384, that's including the 8 that was approved by this council previously.
Yes.
But you have not hired the 8.
We have not. We have 31 vacancies still on, and we're still actively hiring.
Perfect, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that.
384 are funded.
Correct.
16 are not funded, and your 8 is included in the 16 that you added.
Yeah, I know the 16 will get us to the full authorized amount of 400. And I know that would be possibly the upcoming fiscal year and beyond. So, yeah.
I don't know that those are the same numbers I got today.
I probably misspoke, but we're talking about 2 different things.
No, he's talking about the 8 officers.
So we have, so in the last budget, or this budget, we funded 8 additional officers. So that's funded, not just authorized, but actual funded. And so my question was just, what is the status of hiring those 8 additional officers? That was it. But it sounds like we haven't got there yet, because if we're at 353 and we have funding for 384, got a little bit more room to grow, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. So under the housekeeping adjustments for labor agreements portion of the staff report, it states that the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget includes $5 million for labor negotiations. So on November 15th, council approved labor agreements for PMA and the part-time SEIU, and then on December 20th, on a simple majority, the council imposed the last, best, and final on the POA. So for the staff report for each of those 3 contracts indicated that staff would propose housekeeping adjustments at the mid-year budget update to move the funds into the respective departments. So my question was, with that item, with the last, best, and final offer for POA, when it was agendized on December 20th, why didn't that item at the time include a companion appropriation?
So all three of those items, we didn't treat in that method. We had the contract before you for approval, and then in the fiscal impact on all three of those, it talked about doing housekeeping adjustments because we built the 22-23 budget and appropriated $5 million for labor negotiations. So Finance simply said, we'll come back mid-year as part of the mid-year update and we'll do the housekeeping adjustments. If you look on Exhibit 1 to the staff report, you'll see there's a net zero monetary impact because it's already been appropriated.
The funding for the POA MOU?
The funding for the three that were approved to date.
So wait, I'm confused. And so if they've already been appropriated, why are we talking about them in this item?
As presented in the fiscal section on those staff reports is they were in the non-departmental fund. And now that you've approved 3 labor agreements, we have to put the money in the appropriate work unit accounts.
Well, right. So in other words, the council tonight would have to approve moving that money from the non-departmental budget over to the respective departments.
Allocating to the individual accounts.
Okay.
But it's a net zero impact in appropriations because it was already appropriated.
Right, but you would still need us to vote to move those funds.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to say, I voted to approve 2 of those 3 contracts. I did not support the imposing of the MOU on the POA back on December 20th. So tonight I will not be supporting the movement of the 1.32 million to implement that MOU. But additionally, I do not support utilizing any money from the PD budget that the council allocated towards funding those 8 additional non-overtime police officers back when the council approved the budget for fiscal year 2022 to 23 to fund the council-imposed MOU on the POA. I'm hopeful that my colleagues who voted to impose the MOU back in December have had time to see how this MOU has, not just kicked the shins of the POA, but is a kick in the shins for all of our union brothers and sisters. So my hope tonight is that with this item in front of us, that we will agree to not move over that 1.32 million for the POA MOU. That's all I have right now, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
So I'm going to continue on with comments from the council, or we can make a decision to put this item for the next council meeting. Council.
I'll make a motion to move this item to the next council meeting. Mayor Mesqua?
And I'll second that. You have comments? I have questions. You have questions? Do you all have questions on this end of the dais as well? No? Okay, so you have a question? So let me go to Councilman Fan and then Councilman Penalosa, and then we'll vote to take it to the next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor.
So for clarifications, Mayor, you absolutely can move to the next delay or bring back at a different date the appropriation adjustments, but I would recommend that you do at least the receive and file on the mid-year update.
So let's get through the comments, and then we'll thank you for that, though.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions, and this is, I had raised it with staff, and it is relating to the prayer breakfast. And so I think this is Madam City Attorney, this might be a question for you. I am not aware of, and this is just the language in the staff report. This is what our public is seeing. It says that the mayor or the city would host an annual prayer breakfast with a request of a $20,000 appropriation. I'm not generally aware of any city that does like a mayor prayer breakfast as hosted like this, or the city hosting a prayer breakfast. Typically, they're done via a 501c3, but I do have concerns with it. I understand that it would be open to all denominations and everyone would be invited, as we have a very diverse community, but at the same time, obviously, there are other religious groups that may be either fundamentalist or white supremacist or the Church of Satan, who do actually have an after-school program, because we do have to ensure that all communities, religious communities, have the opportunity to attend. So, Madam City Attorney, can you just talk a little bit or clarify or maybe bring back information so that I can better understand the prayer breakfast and how it's being structured and what it looks like to ensure that we comply with not just the U.S. Constitution, which obviously has a separation of church and state, but the California Constitution, which has a stronger protection to the individual right to religion as well as the individual right from religion.
So, yes, you've stated the rules correctly. We do have the Federal Establishment Clause as well as a similar clause in the California Constitution, which prevents a public agency from using public funds to support or promote any type of religion. Our research did reveal that most cities who are involved in these types of mayor prayer breakfasts do have 501c3s. So we went on the state of California's Secretary of State website and found some of those entities today. I think the question for the council is, my advice to the city would be that we should not use the words host or sponsor in connection with the word prayer if we want to avoid any question of violating either federal or state laws. But there may be a way potentially, if you want to have this type of event, to do something like you've done with your invocation. Years ago when the issue was raised, you decided to go from a more Christian-based invocation to inspirational words or something that was similar. If the council wishes to direct us to work within those parameters, we could possibly come up with something that would work. But I would caution you against using host or sponsor in connection with prayer. And this is based on letters that we saw in our research that were sent to both the cities of Buena Park and the city of Orange, say in the last 5 or 6 years, by organizations who go out and make sure that cities are complying with the Establishment Clause.
So can I interject, because I think, and we chatted about this earlier, the city, we're actually the chamber. City manager, if you'd like to explain. It is not mine, it's with the chamber is the nonprofit that will be hosting it.
So you raised an excellent question, Councilmember Fan, and I know our city attorney spent a lot of time on that today, going back and researching everything on it. I'm confident that we'll be able to have this event occur and not violate either the U.S. Constitution or the California Constitution. We were already planning on partnering with the chamber, which a lot of cities, they either partner with a nonprofit community foundation or typically their chamber organizations. Isn't it the city of Irvine that actually does sponsor one that has prayer in the title of it? But I am aware of the city attorney's concerns and the sensitivities over it. So any event, should you approve this appropriation, we will be very mindful of those clauses.
And all religions will be invited. It is not one specific religion. It will be open to all of them, and Anaheim does it, Irvine has one, many cities do. Santa Ana used to do one years ago. I don't know anybody who's a dinosaur in here that can remember beside myself, and maybe Alvaro can remember back in the day when we used to have prayer breakfast here. It was during the era of Godinez's time, I believe, and so all religions are going to be invited, and it's not going to be Christian-based. It's going to be a prayer breakfast. The faith-based in our community want to work with the city and the chamber and to help, again, with the quality of life. So a lot of cities do it, and I think it would bring great relationships to the city. We already have it with like Neutral Ground, like many of us work with Neutral Ground. That is from a faith-based.
Yeah, and I completely support working with our faith-based communities. I know the Mayor, you and Councilmember Hernandez, and we had, Second Baptist Church who held the COVID, vaccine clinic, which used to be in Ward 1, now in Ward 5. We have a lot of organizations, and I'm completely supportive of that, and it's a very specific allocation for public good, like public works, public food distribution, these kinds of things. My concern is paying $20,000 for a religious event, though non-denominational. So I would just like to see that, whatever program we have, that it is kind of strictly construed, because in speaking to, for example, with Buena Park, that city does not provide any funding whatsoever for the prayer breakfast. I do know that the mayor is involved and that they did have, for example, the mayor is invited every year, and that members of the council do work with the chamber, but they do not allocate general funding or city funding to it. Moreover, I do understand too that when you have a third party or a 501c3 who chooses who to speak, right, you can't really, you don't control the message, which is not what we're supposed to do. But I just wanted to raise that because I do know in the past they've had protests at the prayer breakfast as they invited Mike Huckabee to speak. I'm not speaking as to any political points of views, but that was something that happened, just historically.
No Huckabee.
I'm just sharing the information that I received.
I have a comment and question that's part of this, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So back and as the dinosaur on the city council, back in 2019, Madam
I'm not
City
trying to
Attorney,
fault anybody. I mean,
and I mentioned the city manager was here. When we had the city's 150th celebration, we did have the blessing of the city, and it was an interfaith event that we did use general fund dollars to fund. And it was out at the Orange County Courthouse, and there were appetizers, and it was a small ceremony, but it was about 2 hours long, and it was city funded. How did we get away with that? Was it because it was a blessing of the city, and it wasn't and I remember we had like 10 different religious groups represented that took part of the blessing of the city. How was that? I mean, I'm imagining that that's what a prayer breakfast would be. Many religious groups, denomination, whatever it is, as Councilmember Fan mentioned, whatever it is you participate in, that would be a part of this prayer breakfast. Was that?
Well, my legal advice wouldn't change. My legal advice to my client, which I don't like to give out in public, but sometimes I'm forced to, is that you avoid using the words prayer or blessings. Regardless of my personal belief system, I believe that avoid using those terms would keep you out of legal trouble of any kind. But that's consistent. Whether you decide that you would like to try to continue to use those terms is up to the city council. I'm just trying to give you the safest and quickest path to get you to where you want to go. I believe that you can have a mayor's event and perhaps avoid any questions by using different terms. My research revealed that the Orange County cities, including the city of Anaheim, have registered 501c3s. The chambers work with the 501c3s, and we found them today on the State of California's Secretary of State website. Anaheim's, according to our research, just very recently, as of like January of this year, went into a non-productive or non-registered status. So that's the tool that the cities are using to call it the mayor's prayer breakfast.
So in 2019, were we doing something that fell out of your legal recommendation?
And if so, then why was it approved?
When it was a blessing, and nobody batted an eye, it was, came and went, nobody, so I'm just saying, was that improper, or?
Well,
I would
just something that
continue to
nobody-
advise the city not to spend city funds on things that use those types of words. That's my advice, and my advice hasn't changed.
And I think for me, it's just, you're right. Maybe at that time, no one batted an eye. Folks didn't bat an eye on a lot of things like the soccer fields for 30 years, right? And I am batting my eyes, I guess, because I want to ask these questions, because when I did talk to Buena Park, for example, they said the city manager volunteered their time. The city manager was not paid to do the work. So that is my concern, and I would like to have full briefing on it just to make sure that we can choose to make any policy decisions we want, and we take risks all the time. That's totally okay. That was just something I personally would like to flag. One of my first meetings, actually, probably my second time at this council chambers, was waiting 5+ hours to talk on an item actually raised by former Councilmember Ceci Iglesias about the motto here right behind us, because she asked to have it say, "In God we trust." And I made a comment to say, hey, I understand that, I support you in that, but there are many of us who are of the faith, of many faiths and not of faiths. And so I supported E Pluribus Unum, and so did other members of the community. And so I just want to make sure that if we take this step, we understand full well what we're doing and how it may be different from others. Given that there are some, statements by other organizations regarding whether that's appropriate or not. Otherwise, I am supportive of the Pride event. I think not only is it something that the city has held for a long time, but speaking of downtown Santa Ana, it brings down a lot of visitors from throughout the city, county, as well as the state to participate and really bring in revenue for the city and for our businesses. As to the waste hauler donation, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing it up. I guess for staff, the question is with for example, 25,000 going to the library or 48,500 to parks. What does that mean? Does that mean that can you use it to work with third-party nonprofits? I just want to understand, because in reading the agreement, the proposal from Republic, that statement, you're right, it would support nonprofits, but also each department, does RFPs or select nonprofits. So can you clarify that?
Certainly. So the item was requested to help bring community events, and the Public Works Director and I met with Republic Services because we did have a little bit of a disagreement on the interpretation of this provision. They wanted to be able to pick exactly who they were going to grant the money to, and the money is being made available as a result of a city contract. So we wanted to make sure that it ultimately passes to a nonprofit that is in line with what the programs and events that is directed by the City Council.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I do not want a third party, a private party, to pick and choose what nonprofits they want to work with. I think that a better approach but maybe a slower approach is as departments work with nonprofits, let's talk to us, talk to this council, make sure we provide you with feedback, and so that the public also understands where this money is going. And I think those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the staff report. I was reviewing it, and I also have questions regarding the annual prayer breakfast that you're proposing. I'm very supportive of the Pride event. That was something that, the 2021 council actually asked staff to help bring back to the city. I have questions about the waste hauler donation language and how staff is proposing that to this council. So I know one of your recommended action items is to approve the appropriation adjustment, and I'm not there tonight. I actually will be requesting a briefing with staff to review the staff report because I have questions and I have requests to make of staff. But can you remind me, can you relist the park restrooms upgrade under public health and safety?
Sure. I'm sorry, I did not.
You're fine.
Could you hear me? I'm kind of loud as it is without a microphone. So the ones that were completed and soon to be open is Madison, Campesino's already open, and the others are Heritage, Riverview, Angels, and Windsor.
Okay. And is staff using the Parks Master Plan data to assess which restrooms, because I remember reading the plan and letting staff know that the plan said very clearly that some of the worst restrooms or parks were in Ward 3, and I'm only hearing one in that list.
So I know that I might call on our Public Works Director. I know there's other improvements going on in parks that aren't just a part of the Revive program. So are you speaking in regards to Santiago?
Yes, that was one of the questions, if the funding under public health and safety could be used to address that specific location.
Director Saba, do you, not to put you on the spot with it, for Santiago Park, we are doing improvements right now that aren't listed here. Do they include restrooms?
That's correct. The bathroom at Santiago Park is being rebuilt right now as we speak. It's part of the entire project at the Santiago Park.
Okay.
That's the gas house project.
Okay, but I want to go back to the Ward 3 parks because there's a lot in our area, and again, based off the study that we paid for the Parks Master Plan, I'm only hearing Riverview, which is great, they need it. But this is why I'm not ready to approve this item or move it forward tonight, because I want to talk to staff about that.
Okay. The Revive is just an informational report on that, but I certainly would welcome conversations if you want us to see if we can add additional restrooms on there, but it doesn't really require, it's a receive and file report.
Is it really? Because you're saying one of the recommended items is to approve the appropriation adjustments.
So what's before you are 4 different actions.
Right.
One is the receive and file of the mid-year update and the Revive presentation. The other one is appropriations, which are listed in Exhibit 1. None of those have anything to do with Revive dollars. Well, yeah, they're not the Revive dollars. And then you have 2 resolutions that are before you for adoption that would enable the departments who had the classification and staffing changes to move forward.
Okay, well, to the recommended action item 2, that you're asking us to approve the appropriation adjustments, I'm not.
So the appropriate, yeah, and there is no time crunch on those, so it certainly does sound like the majority isn't ready to make the appropriation decision, and we don't have to, but the appropriation decision listed in Exhibit 1 doesn't have anything to do with the presentation that I provided you on everything that we're doing in regards to Revive dollars.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on the record that I won't be moving it forward.
Councilman Penaloza.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquan. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and putting the staff report together. The question that I had in regards to the Republic Service donation, or that they're giving the city of $180,000 is, it was more of a comment towards Republic Service, is that I would rather they pick up our trash and keep their money. If that's what if they're gonna pick up our trash and do it on a timely schedule and not nickel and dime every resident and business in the city for their own failures, I would rather they keep their pocket change and do the job that they were contracted to do. I just hope that gets to them, and I hope that staff makes them aware that that's how I feel about their $180,000. Pick up the damn trash. That's that simple. At this point, I don't care about having their donation or whatnot. Pick up the damn trash.
Duly noted.
That is my comment with Republic Service. Second, I am not supportive before I get into that, the question that I had for Catherine, our Executive Director of Finance, is in regards to the gas tax revenue. I just need a little more, I guess, clarity and education. Maybe you could send me an email on I know you said that although we've seen gas prices increase over the last year, that doesn't necessarily mean that we will see an increase in tax revenue for the city. We're actually seeing a decrease because people are buying less gas because it's more expensive. Is that because yes. I could see how in a luxury community that would work, because people could say, you know what, I'm just going to work from home today and not go anywhere. But I know that in a community like ours, people, it's unfortunate, but they got to work, and I don't see our community, at least the majority, saying, oh, you know what, I'm not going to pump gas this week, I'm just going to stay home, or walk to work, when a lot of them can't. So I don't see that kind of being a factor here in our community. Are we seeing a decrease in the sale of gasoline?
Yes, yes, we are. And the tax is a cents per gallon tax. So, I don't remember the exact amount, but let's say it's 69 cents a gallon. So if they buy less gas, we get less revenue. And we are seeing a decrease in the purchase of gasoline. So I'm sure you are correct that, a lot of Santa Ana residents continue to go to work, but maybe they've made some decisions about their discretionary driving, which reduces their gas usage.
Okay. Which would make sense. I guess that was just a question that I had when I was reading that staff report about the decrease in the tax revenue. The other question I had, and thank you for that. The other question I had for Director Sternberg for the library, and I'm not sure if you answered this earlier, but why exactly are we requesting a graphic designer for the library in exchange for, I believe it was a management analyst? Is there what would that mean for our library as a whole?
So basically, requesting a graphic designer and deleting a library technician allows a more skilled person to help us with things like designing social media content, graphics for the library's website, flyers, promotional pieces that we send out to the community, everything like that. We had a library technician that was helping to fill in with some of those duties, but we wanted a person that was a better fit and more qualified to do those specific tasks for the library.
So the library technician that we're removing, what role was that person doing?
Similar role. They were assisting with those duties. They were also helping with some of the programming and outreach for the library in general. But by removing that particular position and adding the graphic designer, we then were able to, like I said, get somebody in that was more, who had more of the skills in the background and the education to do the graphic design work that we need. So they weren't, we had the library technician doing it, but this is a better fit.
So the graphic designer will still be doing some of that role of community outreach and programming, or is it just strictly designing graphics for the library?
It's more strictly designing graphics for the library, but our graphic designer also goes out, when we do programs like our Tet Lunar New Year event, they'll help take pictures for the event, they'll help, document things, and they'll put it all together and help us promote it, for our newsletter, on the website, social media, all those kind of, resources that we use to promote to the community and to gain interest in our programs and services.
Okay. Thank you for that. I wanted to also voice my support for the mayor's breakfast, but in spite of the recommended or opinion, also wanted to voice support for the sponsoring the LGBT or the Pride Festival, the Orange County Pride Festival. Given that our city is the host of the festival, we should proudly be a sponsor of it. And I do want to speak against the housekeeping item. I don't think it's appropriate for staff to ask for an appropriation after the fact that a contract that needed 5 votes to pass, in my opinion, because now we're requesting money, should have taken place. So I will not be supporting the item the housekeeping portion, just because I don't think that any city council should impose on a bargaining group or labor group a contract. I just don't think that's appropriate, and that's working against labor groups. So I'm not supportive of that. And that is, those are my comments for now, Mayor Amezcua. I'm sure I'll have more, but.
Well, I'd like to, at some point, it's going to be 11 o'clock and we got to go back into closed
If I
session.
can just respond real quickly for a clarification, approval of a contract does not require 5 votes, nor does it automatically require an appropriation. I'll refer you to February 2019, where you voted to approve a labor contract that was costed out at $25 million without any appropriation accompanying it.
And we appropriated the dollars to Madam City Manager, so we eventually did, But
my point being, the contract was a valid contract.
Well, I hope.
Even though there were not appropriations done with it.
So moving forward, I don't care what staff it is, but I hope that it's the last time that I see contracts before here that need appropriation, but you allow it to be, and even if that requires a charter change in the next 2 years, then let's make that charter change, because it gets messy and we shouldn't do that, whether it was 2019 or now, we shouldn't have done it either or. So in any event, that is my comment.
And if I may, Mayor, I just want to make a statement, because I want it to be clear, people could have very different opinions, and I'm very respectful of different opinions.
So that we're going to make sure that we're respectful of everybody's opinion.
Exactly, and I'm being respectful. I just want to make it clear that a city council in the city of Santa Ana appropriated, based on the definition of that word, in its budget, $5 million in the event that staff could successfully come and reach agreement in negotiations with its various bargaining units. That $5 million was successfully appropriated legally. Staff subsequently proposed a contract document, knowing that that funding was appropriated and available. And what I read in the staff report this evening is, by our finance director, is a provision in her staff report that says that she is taking that appropriated money from one account to another. I just want to make sure that that is clearly on the record.
So I think there's a motion on the floor, and then I second it, because I have quite a few questions as well, and I'm not going to take up a lot of time, but I'm also not supporting the housekeeping adjustments for labor agreements, and you all know that from the very beginning, that I was not. So it is not my job as the mayor to tell unions how to run their business. And out of respect, Sonia, as you had indicated, for everybody's different, everybody has their own opinion, but I do not, because then our next job, we're going to tell SEIU how to do their business. And that's not our job, and that's not what we're going to do up here, I hope. So the prayer breakfast, I'm not going to die on that sword. I have many churches, many churches. If I go to them and say, hey, council doesn't want to do it, can you sponsor? I have businesses that want to sponsor. The chamber wants to sponsor it. Several city council members up here will attend. I understand that. This is not a Christian thing. This is about opening the doors up in the city of Santa Ana that have been closed for a long time to the faith-based. That's what this is about. And the chamber is taking the lead, and I'm going to speak very briefly, and then there's going to be a keynote speaker, and then they're going to close it out. It's from 7:30 to 9:30. I think the last one I went to, I don't know where I was, sitting at the table, Sheriff Barnes or something. Churches from all over come. I don't care if they worship the devil or, I really don't, it doesn't matter to me. It is to welcome people back into the city, because we have not had one in a long time. And nobody blinks an eye up here with LGBTQ. I don't either. Nobody blinks an eye up here with the Chicano Park event. I don't either. Nobody blinks an eye with Juneteenth. I don't either. And so it's not personal. And I think we should always remember that it's not personal. We work for our constituents. And there are hundreds of churches in this city that want to help us and sit at the table and meet with all of you and talk with you. And whether you're religious or not, that's not my business. It's like I don't care what you do with your body. That's not my business. What I care about as the mayor is that when I'm approached by churches that say, how can we help you? How can we get to the table with you? How can we get to the table with the council? How can we reach out to the constituents? How can we do these things? When I was at the Second Baptist Church on Sunday, 1,700 members, almost 2,000 members at that church. They were so happy that I was there with them, and I thank Pastor Pitts for inviting me to be there. I thought everybody was invited, so my mistake, I would have invited all of you. But it was amazing to see white, black, brown, Asian members at that church come up and say, thank you for being here. Santa Ana has not been part of this community for a long time. We have not seen you here. And so the whole part of working with the chamber is the state of the city. We do the Travel Santa Ana with them. I don't know, Christine, I think we have 3 or 4 MOU, RFP with them that they do events. So the chamber was like, happily, we'll do a prayer breakfast, and you can call it the mayor's breakfast. You can call it whatever you want. I don't care what you call it. But the purpose is to open the door to the faith base. We open the door to everybody else, and I'm going to say it bluntly, I will. We open the door to everybody else. But all of a sudden it comes to churches, and now people are like, oh, I'll go to the Labor Federation and ask them for money. They'll sponsor. I'll go to every trades. They'll sponsor. I'll go to all the businesses I know. They'll sponsor. So I'm not going to die on this sword. But when you start talking about the legal issues here, legal there, Irvine does it. They have not had a problem. They have not had any protesters. I've never seen a protester when I went to Anaheim. I understand they have their own nonprofit. So maybe those are things we need to look at as a city, is where do we stand here? Everybody up here has something that's important to them. Everybody does. Thank you, Councilman Hernandez, right? You started the Chicano Heritage event. I'm there, yes. We have the LGBTQ parade that Councilman Penalosa brought back. You want to have this. We all have something. This is something I brought forward. You don't have to support it. I don't take it personal up here. This is my job to be the mayor and to work for the constituents. I don't take nothing personal because I'm a big girl and I got tough skin. But I will tell you what I will do is I will go out into the community and I'll make it very clear with everybody that I work with that this council did not want to have a prayer breakfast because it was about religion. This is not about religion. This is about building bridges. This is about collaborating. This is about developing relationships. So please don't mistake when I say a prayer breakfast, like we're going to get up and you're going to have to stand up and sing and clap your hands and pray. That is not what a prayer breakfast is. There's a keynote speaker that comes and they speak for 30, 45 minutes, a breakfast from 7:30 to 9. Key leaders come, churches come, community organizations come, and then we all go home. That's it. That's it. There's no church. You don't have to accept God into your heart. You don't have to take what's that thing at the Catholic Church? You don't have to, I was baptized Catholic, I should know, right? You don't have to take communion. You don't have to light the candles, nothing. So we spent a lot of time discussing this prayer breakfast. So I'm not going to die on this sword. So it's ridiculous because I could just go move it through the community because those are the relationships that I have. And I've built them and my family has built them. So whether we approve it or not, and I think there's a motion on the floor that Councilman Hernandez made to continue this matter because we all have questions. I have questions about the cannabis money. I have a lot of questions in here. And I apologize, Kat, can I call you Kat? For not calling you over the weekend. It was a very busy weekend for me. So I do want to sit down with you. I have some questions, like some serious questions to dig deep in here. Cannabis money. I don't want Republic money either, like Councilman Penalosa said. I'd like it, but I also want them to pick up their trash. And by the way, I don't know if we're going to find out soon that they may be having a strike. So guess what? If that occurs, trash may be a bigger issue. So, and I hope there's a way out of this contract. I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to see it because if we have to find a way to get out of it, that may be a conversation that we're going to have up here. So anyways, I'm going to close this one out because...
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I just get clarification? So there were 4 actions before you, and Councilmember Hernandez wants to put the recommended appropriation adjustments on a future date, but is it possible to get the receive and file and the 2 resolutions done?
No, we're not going to do anything. I think his motion was to not do anything. We're not going to do anything. And if anybody opposes that, please speak loudly so Norma can take your, opposition. Otherwise, let's take a vote. That's it, vote? We're not, your
Yes.
recommendation was, your motion was?
Just moving everything, coming back at a completely later date.
Do you
Council
want it the
members
second meeting in March? It gives us
second
enough
meeting in
time.
March, I think, is an ample amount of time. And then just very, very briefly, if the council doesn't choose to adopt the annual prayer breakfast, word is bond, I'm telling you right here, I will organize that breakfast with you.
Thank you, I appreciate it very, very much. So I second that motion, and let's take a roll call so we can finish and get into closed session, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Mezcua.
Yes, so we're looking at the second meeting in March. City manager, please, to come back. All right, council members, we did that. We are now end of the business calendar. Is that correct? We are on the work study session. City manager, is there a way that this can wait till the next meeting, or is it an emergency?
No, Mayor, it can wait. It's not time sensitive.
Okay, and then the only, let's see, ad hoc committees. So thank you for the homeless presentation, and this is perfect because there's 2 ad hoc committees here. So I just want to read something briefly, and then we can go into the closing out here. Council members, as mayor, I can appoint ad hoc committees from time to time to address important items of business. I'm announcing this evening the appointment of 2 ad hoc committees to work with staff to address 2 items, one being the crossing guard services and sheltering of homeless families. As a city, we have various challenges before us, and it is important that we continue to work together to address these items that need immediate attention. I would like an ad hoc committee to meet with the city staff and representatives of the Santa Ana Unified School District to discuss the cost of providing crossing guard services in the city. The city currently carries 100% of the cost of providing these services, which benefit both the city and the school district. So I'm going to ask 2 people to join me, it will be myself and 2 others, to serve as an ad hoc committee to bring a recommendation to the city council on how these services should be provided and whether cost sharing should be considered. And I'd like the ad hoc committee to return with a report within 90 days. So I'd like Councilman Becerra to join me, please, if you would, and Councilman Hernandez, if you join me on the ad hoc committee. And thank you for the committee that's been meeting with the school district, but this has to move. We have to move. Kids are getting hit by cars. We've had too many accidents. And this discussion for the 8 years I sat on the board prior to my time there has been going on. So if you're okay with it, otherwise, Mayor Pro Tem can join me. It's really up to you. So
I'm okay with being a member of this committee.
perfect. So it'd be me, you, and Councilman Becerra. The next one is I'd also like to add an ad hoc committee with the city staff to discuss options, alternatives, and cost associated with sheltering our homeless families. So tonight we heard there are 15 homeless families, correct, Mr. Garcia? 15 homeless families.
At our Carnegie shelter.
That is correct. We have low barrier shelters for individuals and those wishing to remain united with their pets, but we have not addressed shelter options for our families. We need to do so. So I'd like to appoint myself, and I'd also like to appoint Councilman Peñalosa, if you join me, and one other council person who would like to join me. I will open that up.
I'll take that on.
Councilman Vasquez?
Please.
Perfect. Okay. To serve as an ad hoc committee to bring recommendations to the city council on how to provide immediate sheltering options for our homeless families. I would like the ad hoc committee to return with a report within 90 days. We have 15 families.
On February 16th, we had 15.
You want to yell out?
I think he's trying to clarify, we have capacity for more. That was
No,
just
it's very fluid,
time.
and I'm just using your number, and I'm not saying today there's only 15.
Yeah.
But whatever families are there, the job of this ad hoc committee is to come back and make sure that we take care of them. Okay?
Sounds good.
Yes.
And since this is a direction item, I just wanted to provide my direction and my support for this item, Madam City Manager.
I believe, I'm going to check with our city attorney, that the mayor has the
Yes.
ability to.
Oh, perfect.
To form
Okay.
ad hocs. at
Yeah,
their
that's one thing.
pleasure.
That's one thing I do have as a mayor, right? There's a few things I do have. So, I worked hard for this title. All right, and thank you guys for joining me. I really appreciate it. And Norma, you got the names of the ad hoc committee, and then we'll be setting out some dates, city manager to meet. And then, so would you guys like to do closing comments now? Because Sonia, we have to come back out after.
You can do your closing comments now. If there's no reportable action, you would not need to reconvene. We could simply report to the city clerk that there was no reportable action.
Madam City Manager, do you have any announcements before we go into closed session? And that way we don't have to come back out?
Nope, I'm good.
Council members, do you have any comments you'd like to make to close out? I'm going to close the meeting in honor of the previous Councilmember John Acosta. So, yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Mesco. I just want to congratulate the Floral Park neighborhood for their wonderful achievement for the neighborhood and our city. It's such a well-deserved status, and I want to thank everybody that worked on making sure that the neighborhood is registered with the state. I'm very happy for the neighborhood, and I hope that everybody has a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez.
I'd just like to announce to the public that we are doing a park cleanup at Pacific Park on McFadden. Welcome to come this Saturday from 9 to 12. We'll be cleaning up. We also would hope to get flyers from the city to pass out so we can show people how to use My City app. So we could do some of that work and knock doors and make sure we're using that would be great as well. Thank you.
Councilman Penalosa?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
No comments. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Just a couple. Just wanted to announce on Saturday, March 4th, I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours over at George Upton All Access Park at Carl Thornton Park. That's at 10 a.m. And then after that, OCFA, who provides our city's fire services, is going to be having an open house over at their headquarters. That's 1 Fire Authority Road over in Irvine. That'll be going on Saturday, March 4th until 3 p.m. I wanted to thank Mater Dei's new head football coach, Frank McManus, for joining us this evening and introducing himself to us and to the community. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mater Dei compete for, I love being able to say this, a national championship for here in Santa Ana. February 27th is the 114th birthday of Ben Bommel Corral. For all of you that know Bommel Corral Park, Bommel is actually, or was a resident of Santa Ana. He grew up in Delhi, went to Santa Ana High School, fought in World War II and the Korean War, where he was a master sergeant and earned 2 Purple Hearts. Worked for the Parks Department after he returned from war, and worked for the Parks Department for the rest of his life. So just wanted to wish him a happy 114th. And I also wanted to thank Code Enforcement and our PD for the work that you did. You listened to council, and you went out there and you were, I appreciate what you did in regards to the stationary sidewalk vendors and what you did. One thing I want to ask of our city staff is, one of the issues that I keep hearing brought up by many folks, it's not just simply whether they're following health code and whether they're following those rules, but we're hearing more and more about folks that are working these operations that are being trafficked, and they're victims. These are folks that are being forced to work against their will, and folks that patronize these places are supporting trafficking. But what I'm asking for of staff tonight is to assist these folks, the same way that we would other folks that we believe are being trafficked, to get them the resources that they need so that these folks don't continue to suffer. It's a sin for us to turn a blind eye to it. And so while we are enforcing state, county, and local laws, we need to help these folks that are in need. So I would just ask that while we have an amazing task force that's going out there with Code Enforcement and PD, I would ask that we also have folks out there that can assist in regards to those that are being trafficked. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Fenn? Councilperson Fenn?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder, everyone, tell your friends, families, neighbors to apply to tour the Deemer treatment plant. I also want to say it's the only water treatment plant that is also a hydroelectric electricity generating plant. So please tell everyone it's a wonderful opportunity. And I also want to state that, water is on my mind because water is in the newspaper, the drought's in the newspaper. We saw what happened in Colorado and Palestine where the rivers are being polluted. And I went on a retreat in Temecula with the Metropolitan Water District along with Cesar Barrera on February 12th to 14th to discuss the future of water. Metropolitan Water District imports water for 19 million Southern Californians. And we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about self-sufficiency, and we're talking about making sure that residents, especially those in low-income working communities and communities that are underrepresented in water, are adequately represented and have the resources we need. With that, have a good night.
Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. Mendoza, if you can get back to us or Hawk about the Cinco de Mayo parade, I'd like to make sure, I know we're working ahead of it, scheduled now, so we want to be prepared for that. So if we can start getting information about the Cinco de Mayo parade that we're bringing back. So happy to hear that. Also, I was at the Second Baptist Church this weekend celebrating 100-year celebration with them. It was the most, you should have been there. It was the most beautiful experience I've ever had. They're amazing people. It's a great church, and just there were so many people there. I can't even begin to tell you. It would take too long. I'm going to have my first coffee with the mayor on March 25th. At El Salvador Park, and then there's also an opening that same day for an event. So we're going to segue right into that with you there, Councilman Hernandez. But joining me is going to be Project Food Box. You can look them up. They're a great organization. And also the police department. The chief has offered to send some officers there with me as well, so staff may have questions. And the American Red Cross reached out. They'd like to do a blood drive there. I don't know if we'll be able to do all three of those, but I do know I'll be there with Project Food Box and with the police department. I'd like to close the meeting tonight. We're going to adjourn in honor of former council member and Mayor Pro Tem John Acosta. I would like to adjourn in his honor. John was born June 24th. Wow, it's the same day as my son. Wow. 1934. The oldest of 7 children to Jane Lopez, originally from Tijuana, Mexico, and Anacleto Acosta. John began his working career as a teenage farm worker to help his family, and to do so, he dropped out of high school. His life changed when he learned a trade. He was handled a trowel by a bricklayer. If I said that wrong, I apologize. A trowel by a bricklayer, and found he had the skill, strength, and perfectionism required of his new trade. When John was in his 30s, he set an example for his children and showing just how important education is by returning to school. He continued to work in construction as a bricklayer, started his own business, and took high school courses in the evenings. He got his diploma as well as earned a lifelong trade teaching degree and helped found the Bricklayers Apprenticeship Committee. They offered classes at Santa Ana College to offer people to learn a trade so that they too would have a way to work themselves out of poverty. John loved his Santa Ana community and dreamed of a city in which residents, visitors, and businesses could all be proud, so he set out to address the issues of rising crime. His unwavering support of police, fire, and first responders was a contributing factor in the renewal of Santa Ana during his time as a city council member. John often brought national attention to the city with his candid interviews and courageous conversations. He was even quoted in newspapers from all around the world. John's passion for the city and politics led him to attend presidential inauguration and meetings. He was even involved with President George W.H. Bush and First Lady Barbara Bush's visit to Santa Ana. He was also appointed by Governor Duke Major to the California Commission on Aging. Councilmember John Acosta was involved in many civic organizations, such as the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, president of the Kiwanis Club of Santa Ana, the Elks Lodge Little League sponsor and coach for 22 years, Disabled American Veterans of Orange County, Board of Directors of Salvation Army, founding member of Banco de Pueblo, Board of Director of Developmental Disability Center, Boys Club of Santa Ana, Orange Health Planning Council. He was elected to the Orange County Republican Central Committee, Council of Boy Scouts of America, Board of Directors Santa Ana College Foundation, Board of Directors for the American Cancer Society, and Chairman Bricklayers Apprenticeship Committee. John often spoke about the strength in the voting community and always urged others to be aware, know the issues, and vote to help the city of Santa Ana rise to its potential. He had no patience for those that complained about their community but weren't active in helping to improve their environment. To this day, his children and siblings hear from strangers about how Councilmember John Acosta inspired them and to improve their lives by getting involved and being an active member of this community and of their own community. So with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting in the honor of our former council member and Mayor Pro Tem, John Acosta. This meeting is adjourned. We'll be going back into closed session. Thank you.